Is it okay? situation.
So what's going on?
So I need to turn this down.
TV.
Yeah.
Yep. Hello?
I don't really know if we're gonna be able to hear ourselves very well.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is a microphone here.
Hello, School Road? Where do you hear? Where are you supposed to hear?
On the stream.
Yeah.
On the stream?
It's
The form says.
Yeah.
It would be very difficult to say. You take one.
Yeah, that's what's, it's good.
Just going over.
I have that.
And that's, I think I mentioned it today, right? That's. Wow.
The old school told me anything, too many people aren't paying their fees.
Oh.
Diane just gives them a hammer. So easy problem.
Thanks for checking though.
Yes.
Everybody pay what's considered a voluntary fee.
Which they, yeah, that's how. Yeah, okay, okay.
And it's getting, you know, it was the old cabin, people use the second home. No, I'll turn it over.
I can't get $800 a night to do short term.
Right. And put that.
Second session?
Yeah.
Never know how to navigate.
Oh, it's 4 o'clock.
You want to do instructions? Instructions are just.
Perfect, there you go. Yeah, so when she did the intro, she'll do.
And that's just everybody. With that, it's 4 o'clock. We'll start a regular session for the Frisco Town Council work session for January 28th. And with that, we'll start off with our dark skies discussion. We'll start with introductions. I'll just say hi, I'm Rick from the mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm Diana McBride, town manager.
I didn't have your name on the list.
I can.
Yeah.
Well, you're in a team.
I get to go home?
Okay.
Katie, we've been speaking with.
My new left hand right here, I think, great. We had a great meeting with Katie and her team, so thank you.
Elizabeth.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Martin, Town Council.
Nice to meet you.
Dan, Town Council.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
The town attorney.
I guess you're all with the town.
Town manager.
Town manager. Tom, my father did that when I was growing up in my hometown, Kenosha, Wisconsin. He was the town manager, and I got to learn all the inside scoop.
I probably drove through Kenosha at that time.
Hold it against it. It's a great place to be from. So, well, first of all, thank you so very much to have the opportunity to speak to you today. Please take your time. We'll look at 40 minutes, and that includes time for questions on your part. As I just mentioned, I had a great meeting with Katie and her team looking at the light ordinance, and I didn't want to jump too far ahead, because did you want to introduce me?
I was just going to mention a little bit of background for you. I think the last time you saw a presentation about this was in March of last year, pursuing dark sky certification. At that time, we received pretty strong support from you all for it. So over the summer, we entered the application pipeline with Dark Sky International, and we also applied for a mentorship program through the Colorado Tourism Office to help us actually achieve certification, because it is a fair bit of work. So we have our mentor, Mark Rubin, here to help us do certification. So he's with us for the next 6 months or so, providing about 70 hours support. So he's gonna talk us through what certification entails and just keep you all up to speed on that. We're gonna try to not get too into the weeds today, but if you have questions, we're happy to answer those, so.
And I'll give
Go ahead.
one,
Oh,
thank you. Yeah, that was perfect. And one reminder for you that through the application that Emma was able to receive for the mentor hours, Mark time is free to the town. So we are not paying Mark, it's 70 hours that is a free investment for us, so we're super happy about that too. So in case you're wondering on the budget, what we're paying him out of, it's actually that's thanks to the application that Emma has submitted.
Well, and actually, we are paying taxes, right? So this comes from the Economic Development International Trade group out of the Colorado State. And then it comes to the Colorado Tourism Office. And then it comes the Dark Sky Colorado, which I'm a part of. Now, some of you may know me already from the Dark Sky Park After Dark events that I do. And also I had my team up here when we did the solar eclipse right across the street.
Are you extra one?
I am he.
Yeah.
You just lead with. That's my business.
We were lucky to get assigned as your Mark.
Yes, I am, and I am. Oh, thank you so much. If I didn't live in Silverthorne, you know where I would live in Frisco, right? Okay. And I enjoy the people I'm working with. So let me get into the presentation and explain what we're here to look at. We just went through the introductions. I am your mentor for the official title of the Colorado Mentor in the Dark Sky Certification Mentor Program. Remember, use a lot of words, builds credibility. I always believe that. I want to talk about the elements to achieving this certification. And then I'm going to go into details real quick. So first, one slide just on an overview, and then I'll go into details. Then I'm going to talk about the outcomes that we have gone through. And we did this through a distillation process. I looked at the application. Emma and I have talked. Katie and I have talked. We had a scoping meeting. We whittled that down a little bit further. Emma has a scope of work to sign. Once she signs that, I sign it, and we're good to go. All right. But we've already been doing work already ahead of the contract. So then what I'll do is we'll look at what are your outcomes, your deliverables, the metrics, and then finally the next steps and what has to take place after that. So here's really the big picture. The elements, these aren't necessarily steps, they're elements. And the first one is you're going to convene a steering committee. I call them a coalition for the stars. Now, this steering committee are not keyboard leaders, right? They're people who actually roll up their sleeves, get in and do work as a steering committee, and it's not something where they just give directions. It is the way that we get this project done without putting more work on the existing resources for the town, right? Because we already know the town's stretched. So how do we get this done? We have a steering committee that will be doing the majority of the legwork of this project. One of the things that they'll be doing is conducting a sky brightness measurement program. Then they'll also be working with engaging the community in dark sky education and outreach events. They'll also be helping us with the lighting management plan and the lighting ordinance. And then, so the steering committee plays a critical role in those first four steps. I'm already working with Katie and Nico and Emma on looking at putting some of the dark sky elements, language, and components in the planning, strategic plans, and policy documents. And the other thing that we'll do is conduct an outdoor lighting inventory, and that is of the town-owned lights just exclusively, right? Then we submit it. We send it to Dark Sky International, and then from there, they will review the application. There's some back and forth. And then within a year, probably a year and a half, we should be able to have this certification achieved. So let me dive in with a little detail. First of all, the steering committee, these are the workhorses of this whole implementation. I want stakeholders who are committed to Frisco today and tomorrow to preserve the culture and the heritage and just the feel of this town. I want people who have the money and blood in the game on this steering committee, all right? Because they are, did I say money?
Yeah.
I meant to say that time and blood, their heart, their soul.
Our eighth grade.
But anyway, goals and commitment. All right, so look at that first one. A sustainable foundation of leaders, and why? Because this steering committee is going to be in the running for a year. They'll meet 6 times a year at a minimum. And during those meetings, they're going to be the people who will be helping us with the inventory, the light measurement, the community outreach programs, talking to businesses, talking to residents, getting people on board with becoming a dark sky community. They also will work in helping, excuse me, let me say this again. I will work in helping with Emma and Kate establish the guideline for selecting these people to be on the steering committee. Katie and Emma have a list of expectations. They have a list of, it's basically a job description that they will use when they interview people to see if they want to be on the committee, but also hand it as a takeaway, say, this is what you're signing up to, all right? What is the expectation? 90-minute meetings, 6 times a year for a steering committee, all right? Next, we get into the Sky Brightness program. Emma has done an exceptional job with Katie and Nico of already acquiring the meters. We have a continuous light meter that has been installed.
Not yet.
Okay, that will be installed here at Town Hall, and it will be shooting up and doing lighting measurements. Here's the deal with the sky quality measurements. We want to document our efforts to preserve the night sky. Light pollution is moving so fast that restoring the night sky is becoming a challenge. What we're trying to do is maintain status quo so that we don't allow light pollution to move further than it already is. A technical term that we use is called ALAN, artificial light at night, right? That's what that stands for. And what we're trying to do is keep that contained. This is why one of the things with Nico and the policy piece is we want to touch Summit County, we want to touch those other elements, governing elements that impact the light of Frisco. Because if they, like suppose they put a giant cement factory near Frisco on the other side of I-70, that would impact the lights here. Now, they're not going to do that, just as an example. But the point is that working with the county and other elements in the strategic plans to keep this all moving in the same direction, primarily keeping them aware of what you're doing, all right? Then, let's see, we use the steering committee members to do volunteer work. I also will let you know, prior to all of this taking place, Emma and I went out in December and did some sky quality measurements. So we already have 1 season of measurements. You're required to have 4 seasons. So we already have 1 done. And by a year from now, we'll have all that requirement to be completed to be able to go to the application. Outreach and education program, there's so many things that we can do here. There is not only stargazing, but there's presentations at the Park After Dark had a presentation on raptors last year that Jana and Rose put together. Birds are impacted by artificial light at night. It impacts their migration. Why birds are attracted to the light, okay? 90% of birds migrate at night too. So then there's the impact on our health. Did you know artificial light at night impacts your circadian rhythms? Impacted circadian rhythms cause the development of amyloid plaque. What does amyloid plaque do? That is a cause for dementia and Alzheimer's, all right? There was a research that just came out from HR Source that says people not having restful sleep at night is impacting productivity. Okay. So then we also have pollinators, our bugs that provide the pollination. And then we also have our wildlife. 90% of our, or 75% of our wildlife are nocturnal. That is when they do their foraging and their mating. So we can do presentations that are outreach that have not direct relation to stargazing, but do talk about the impact of artificial light at night on the natural ecosystem, right? The other thing we just learned that Nico is working with 8th graders, right? Katie, you want to tell that story?
I wasn't involved.
Okay.
We did have a couple students at Summit Middle School reach out who independently were interested in doing a school project around light pollution. So we're gonna work with them as well, and we're hoping they'll be on our steering committee to help do some outreach and some measurements with us. So excited to have some youth from the community involved as well.
Tremendous to have that. That's such a big score. The Dickey Day use area, here's a photo that I took with my camera. And just to show you, this is one of the areas we're doing the night sky measurements. This is what it looks like. You can go out to the Dickey Day use area and see the smudge of the Andromeda Galaxy right there. Talk about a natural asset right in your backyard. Then we get into lighting management plan. This is where we talk about, I'm talking with Nico in terms of the strategic, the environmental, the sustainability plans, but also in the lighting ordinance. So what we just did prior to meeting here, we looked at the existing lighting ordinance. We went against that existing lighting ordinance against the dark sky requirements. And I would say probably 75% of those elements are already in your ordinance. We just have to add some elements to kind of beef it up, but we're already there. So one of the outputs is that we can come to you with a complete ordinance that would be ready for you to review and sign off on, okay? Then we come to the policy framework. I think I just talked about that with Nico and his work. One of the things that we're going to want to do in the steering committee is include business people, local town partners, HOAs. We were going to talk about bringing in one of the reporters from the Summit Daily News to be a part of this, the planning. So trying to make sure all those other plans that impact Frisco and their goal to be a dark sky community are aligned, both within the town, at the county level, with Xcel Energy and things like that as well. This is the hardest push right here, the lighting inventory. This is the element, sixth element, where we're looking at the town-owned lights, specifically for fixture types, lumens, color, temperature, shielding, and adaptive controls. Comes down to this. Lights that are over 1,000 lumens have to be fully shielded. Lights have to be at a Kelvin level of 3,000. Those are the main requirements right there. And then we do encourage adaptive controls. That could be motion detectors, timers, and things like that as well. But that's the main thing. Now, fortunately, Emma was just telling me the Public Works come in with some lights and fits the bill. So everything that's recently been purchased is right within standard, nothing needs to be changed.
If it wasn't, we might not be.
Either that, we'll talk about money.
Or we can bring it into budget.
We get the 8th graders and a cookie drive, we'd be good to go. Once we go through those 7 elements, then we're at the application part. And this is where we're going to pull all the elements together into an application document. We're going to compare it against like communities to Frisco. Then what we'll do is give letters of support. I'll provide one for you as well as other people. And then what we'll do is a soft review. We'll send it to Michael Reimer, who lives here in Colorado. He's with Dark Sky International, and we'll have him review it. He'll give us feedback on it, and we'll make changes so that when we send it in for final certification, it's guaranteed to be reviewed. Dark Sky International is not police, right? They want to see Frisco certified, so they will work with you in whatever way you need them to help you to get certified. So that's the last piece. Once this is up and running, and I was talking to Katie, is that you want to be able to make this ongoing maintenance, because every year you're going to have to send in a 1-page letter to Dark Sky International, show them your 4 seasons of sky quality measurement, tell them what your outreach events were, and any progress you made in improving lighting. 1 page, maybe an hour to write that. To do the sky reading, that's maybe an hour to go out and take the sky measurements. So on an ongoing basis, I'd say probably 6 to 7 hours a year that a person would be required to maintain the certification, okay? With the steering committee and me helping out, we're gonna save even more time put on the assets that you have in the city, or excuse me, in the town to make this certification happen. That's what our role is, to take that burden off of you, also the steering committee member as well. All right, so post-certification I just mentioned, you have your sky quality measurements, your 2 education events, any improvements, than the 1-day submission. Now, before I go any further on this, there's no timeline to get this certification. Okay, you're not under or against the clock to get this done within 5, 10, 15 years. As long as Dark Sky International knows you're working, you can take the time to do it right and to bring the community and the businesses along. Have I emphasized that enough? We want to bring them along with this, okay? And okay, I'm not going to get into that right now, Katie, I'll move on. So here's the desired outcomes. I almost took the bait, but I'm not going to. So this is what I got from the application. The park lights are reduced when not in use. Businesses extinguish or reduce exterior lighting when closed. Seasonal lights are not illuminated year-round. Town's utility costs drop. Growth in the existing citizens' community support is exemplified and continues to promote dark sky lighting practices. You've got 3 people in this town that are united about this, that are citizens, that are all behind this and are really critical in making this happen. I thought my time was up. Okay.
Sorry.
You're done.
Not bad at all.
That's all right. So we want to get more people excited about this, all right? And that's why I love the 8th graders being a part of this. Some more desired outcomes: grow the tourism experience, okay, with certification. We want to be able to protect Frisco's night sky, and I've seen this so much in the document, the rural mountain town experience, right? I mean, you could put that on somebody's forehead. I've read it so much in documentation right now. But you want that for residents and visitors. That's why visitors come here. They don't come to Silverthorne. They come here for that experience. Why? You've got a downtown, you have assets, you have reach to hiking in areas. That is a community-centered experience. And that's, I think, is a tremendous advantage you have. Restore and protect the peaceful atmosphere, and then reinforce and protect the town's sense of place, cultural heritage, and respect and appreciation for Frisco's natural night skies. So here's what I'm going to do. So I provide technical support and communication as well as coordination. I'm going to assist in doing the lighting inventory. So when the steering committee gets together for the first meeting, I'll show them how to do it. Em and I will go out and we'll help them conduct the inventory. We'll help them also conduct the sky quality brightness measurement. We'll look at writing the ordinance and then assisting in the inventory and then providing technical documents, job aids, and supplies. Because at the end, Katie and her team will have a file, a drive essentially, full of all the resources that they can use at their disposal. So it won't necessarily dependent upon me or Colorado Dark Sky. I will serve as a communication conduit in terms of communicating and involving. And what I'm talking about is just primarily keeping them in the loop through email, inviting them to have questions asked and answered, and then maybe attending meetings. And then we talked about the steering committee expectations and then the outreach and planning events and execution. I personally get a lot of joy from coming here and doing the Park After Dark with Rose and Janice, so I will be a part of that. And then also Logan Snyder, who's down at the marina. This guy is 6 inches off the ground, wanting to have dark sky events out there. Em and I went and looked at that, and it's a perfect site. Okay, so there's a lot of opportunities that we could, the hardest part is figuring out which ones to go with. All right. I just want to put this out to you as this is a word cloud in terms of what are the things that are the biggest tasks that we have to do? And what is the biggest task? The hardest task is the lighting inventory, right? After that is your steering committee. And I then took another look at this and I said, so what's the level of effort? If you say you want to apply within 1 year from today, this is where you're going to be putting the majority of your effort in those red and orange and kind of auburn bars. And then you go to the salmon bar, which is your sky quality measurement. And then the outreach, the planning, and then finally your submission. Those go down in the amount of work. So once you get certified, I mentioned the 6 to 7 hours it would take to maintain it on an ongoing basis. But if you want to get certified within this 1 year, which is very doable for the town, right? This is what the workload is going to look like for the steering committee and myself and some other individual volunteers, okay? Now, here's what the barrier, and we talked about this, staff capacity, more than current dark sky technical knowledge, how to do it, measure light inventory. Community's perception of safety. This is an interesting one. More light feels safer. How many of you think that way? I would say the right light in the right direction makes you feel safer. Okay, have you ever had a light bomb and somebody standing behind it and you can't see them? That's what happens with non-directed lights. Business signage, it's gonna be impacted. It's gonna impact how the bistro lights, how they're on, the brightness of signs. Law enforcement, we wanna make sure that, you know, we address the need of the police force, that they understand that, you know, not necessarily does less light mean more bad behavior, right? I told Emma and Katie and Nico, I said, you know, we have a police chief in Ridgeway, which is a dark sky compliant city already, they're certified. They can get on the phone, they can talk about what's their experience policing under dark skies, right? And they find pretty much just the same as always is. Bad people will behave badly no matter what kind of light they get. Success barriers, 3 seasons of sky quality measurement. We already have one done. 50% of the town-owned light have been inventoried by the end of my time. This is 6 months, right? 3 projects, steering committee meetings held. So that means within 6 months, the project team gets together 3 times. 2 outreach events are held between now and the beginning of June. 30 people minimum attendance. That should not be a problem with the attendance that we had in the past. And by all means, use my available hours, all right? I am available, use my time. And then some other ones is this is Emma's idea, who came from somebody else. Assess and select 4 sites for later designations. I love this. Frisco designated dark sky stargazing locations, all right? We put a plaque up at the Walter Byrne Park that said, face north, you're looking north. Springtime, this is what you see. Winter, this is what you see. Summer, this is what you see. Autumn, this is what you see. Now go to the Dickey Day Use area to learn more. So we sent them around like a tour that way, all right? 20% of the town's lights are compliant, and then completed elements of the certification process are recorded. That means I get the data and I put it in the template for everybody. Let's see, the last question. Ooh, get it. What questions do you, we have 15 minutes, right? Am I right? Okay. Yeah,
Well done.
yeah, thank you, talk fast. What questions do you have for me?
What does it look like when you've been out there? I'll use the marina as an example. So you're standing at the marina and our partnering entities are layering their lights.
Yeah.
So I understand that for the town, working towards dark skies would be, it's really supported in the community. I totally hear you. Have you been to Precision Speed lately? Those guys can't get enough of dark skies conversation. They're great. If you want to ask questions. If you haven't been there, yeah, engage. So how does that work? I mean, the middle school and we've got our hospital campus. We can't impact those. So what does that look like?
What we have found is the following, is that when a community becomes certified as a dark sky community, right? Those surrounding areas take notice of it. And they want to determine what is it that we can do to contribute, right? So I would say we would go to the hospital and we would say, okay, Frisco's a dark sky community. You're part of the community. Here's what you can do to contribute. In your long range plans, when you change out lighting, here's the recommendations that we have. Sure. Number 2, I'm working with Copper Mountain right now, and they are considering getting certified as a lodging dark sky location. That's a new designation that Dark Sky has come out with. So they have communities, they have parks, they have sanctuaries, preserves, and then they now have lodging. Okay, so again, it's a little bit of a different requirement, but they're still taking the task to make their community or their property dark sky. Thanks.
When they get the big one out there first.
I love the big ones.
Yep.
And the small ones, any small ones from,
Probably our canopy lights on Main Street there.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that
And our
would,
Christmas tree lights, or is that,
well,
they're low loom or?
well, the Christmas tree lights, you know, in the recommendations, you have a period of time when you can have them up, okay? I can say some towns have asked for an exemption because they wanted to keep them up longer, and those have been granted, okay? But usually it's like November through March is when the time when they can have them.
And these are the questions that we'll be bringing back to you. Obviously, we wouldn't just give you an ordinance to have a
Yes,
first
yes.
reading on and
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
like, it would be a work session, we go through the topics that pertains to. A lot of what we learned, thanks to Mark's expertise and conversations we've had, is a lot of the concerns we've had as staff and then we've heard from the public. It's a lot of easy ways to address it, such as timers and dimmers, and when are you actually open? If you're open, if the tubing hill is operating in the dark, we're not making them turn off the lights, right? Then dark sky recognizes common sense practicalities. We also have keep in mind as staff, we get complaints more and more from the community in residential areas such as the Granite, on all of the seasonal lights that stay on all the time now. So whereas Main Street has its own appeal, we also are having complaints still about residential lighting on decks being up year round and a lot of times overnight. It's bothering the neighbors with the light pollution too. So I think we're getting a lot more comments and concerns from the community, which I think shows of these conversations as we have them over the next year, I think will be good to have.
Well, most of our street lights, I know we focused those down, the old ones, are they in compliant with those levels? Unlike Granite and that.
Right. You, go
We're
ahead.
working on it, I don't have the answer.
And they turn off, I think, too.
Yeah, we've been meeting, Emma has been meeting with Public Works. It's interesting, a lot of our streetlights are actually under Excel's ownership and maintenance. And that's an obstacle that we're working on, trying to figure out how to work with them. Can they come in better conformance with their light fixtures? But as far as our own, Mark has some insight on the Main Street lights, including, if you want to give them this.
No, go ahead, you're.
No, you go, you
Well-
can get better.
I just use more words. The historical lights that are part of the culture and the ambiance, you'd have an exemption of them. Okay, now what we would like you to do is, that's the fixture, right? What they call the luminaria, okay? And we want to have maybe dimmer lights and cooler lights. Warmer lights. So lower lumen lamps inside the fixture and lower Kelvin lights. That's probably what we would do. Leave the fixture alone, just reduce the lumens and the warmth of the lights.
And then new lights, the town, the Addison coordinated purchase along Summit Boulevard, those all comply with what we would comply with, so we wouldn't be looking at. So pretty much a lot of that complies,
Place those
anything new,
already
yeah,
before we put them up.
yeah. And the lighting inventory will answer your question of when it's compliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'll, like Katie says, you'll see all that. And then when the ordinance comes, it's gonna be a back and forth quite a bit. And then before you approve it, once you say, we're good, we'll send it to Dark Sky, get their sign off, so that when you approve it, there's no surprises. We're locked in at that point.
I love the idea of having spots, because I assume my driveway is not gonna be much different. Because I've got lights and all that. But if I'm standing out of like, I guess my question is, how big of an impact is this gonna have? If you've got towns that have done this already and you have a before and an after sky shot,
Mhm.
you know, I don't know if you count it by percentages or.
Yeah, they have, the sky quality measurements have a rating that goes up to about 22. And that's incredibly dark. This corresponds to what we call the Bortle scale for light pollution. So we have two scales we use to measure light. And one of the measure what we use with Human is an international measure. So right now we were getting in the low 20s, okay? What we don't want to see is that to drop down to 19 and 18s, all right? if we start to preserve the night sky, what we're gonna see is probably go like maybe 19, and it's the points that make a difference, so 19.5, 19.7, 19.9, breaking 20, and then going up from there. So we're looking at incremental improvements because the light pollution is so hard to change, and then maintaining it. And then if over time we start to see that drop down, we're really gonna have a big party on Main Street at that time.
So we're really just trying to stop the tide.
Yeah, that's really. 85% of the people of the world have never seen Milky Way. Think about that. Now, why do I say, well, where do most of the people live, right? In urban areas, right? I'm the instructor up at Keystone Science School. I had a young kid from outside of Chicago. We were doing an event, came up to me, broke my heart. This is the first star I've ever seen. The first star he has ever seen in his life. Okay, just let that soak in for a bit. And so the gift that we can give these individuals to preserve, especially the second generation. That's why I'm so excited with these 8th graders wanting to get involved, because we need the next generation coming up to protect it. The last thing I'm going to say is this. Go ahead, please.
Doing kind of climate change, we're trying to keep, the 1.5 degree change.
Yeah.
Because we're fighting against it. I like it all. It's really interesting how we're on the wrong path. Doing all the stuff you're talking about. There will still be, I guess, I'm understanding, more houses and more lights. So really just trying to offset what's coming anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a sobering way of describing it, but it is. So unlike climate change, let me tell you, there's something you guys, everyone in this room can do now to impact the dark sky. It's not gonna cost you a penny, okay? Pull your shades down. Turn your outside light off after 10 o'clock. That's all it is. And if you want more, I have for you a personal card, and I want you to look at the back side of that card and look at the 5 principles, because this is what Nico is going to be working into the documents. Here you go. For you, one for you, and you get the very last one. Okay. So those are the 5 principles on the back side. And they're really interesting and they're very easy to do. And that's really what Nico's gonna try to put into documents. So is the lighting useful? Is it helping you do what you need to do? Is it targeted? Dark skies don't mean dark brown. Let's just make sure we're clear on that, okay? So light that's targeted, that's useful. Low levels, lower lumens, your controls, those are your motion controls, your timers, other things like that. And then finally, your color temperature. I have a peer of mine in dark sky. He says, Mark, when all those things are in place, I see better at night. I would challenge you to do the same experience yourself. Thank you and thank you. And one more time, thank you for your interest, your commitment, and your desire to become a dark sky community. I'm extremely passionate about this. This means a lot to me. And whatever we can do to prepare the next generation to protect the night sky is what we're all here to do. And I truly believe Frisco will be a better town because of it. Quality of life we all seek will be improved. If there are no other questions, I will say thank you again, Katie. Thank you, Emma.
I would just add, if anyone has an idea of people in the community who are passionate about this, who'd be interested in joining our steering committee, please let us know, because we are looking for people who are willing to kind of spread the word and help do some of the technical stuff with
I
us.
just want to say, sorry, my this week, so before I lose it completely, I want to get this out. I could not be more behind, so it happened for some time. It's one of my favorite things that has come up in Frisco in the past years is this move for dark skies. I think it's just such an incredible thing. And, just 100%.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The quality of life is what we all live for, right? Yeah. I don't know anybody that doesn't want to have a high quality of life, and being able to sleep at night, to be able to look up and see the Milky Way. And for me, I want you to experience awe. I want everyone to stand under the night sky and look up and feel the presence of something larger than them that's mystifying and causes you to see the world in a different way. When Emma and I went out to the Dickey Day Use area to do our first reading, even Emma was like, oh.
We saw a shooting star.
And we made a wish. Thank you so much for your time.
Let me check in. Is it everyone good? Any questions?
I just want to say that was a great presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Enjoyed.
Emma, did you get what you needed?
I think so, yeah.
I know we have some person in the audience here that has an observation of how it's down in Frisco, so.
I'm super excited about this. I'm a pretty passionate star observer, observatory, sky viewing, and I'm so excited about Frisco doing this. It is, I'm overjoyed. And what we're doing actually, and I'm glad that we're taking the motions here to try to fix it, and I just want to thank everybody for bringing this up to the community. I really, really, really appreciate it.
I think we have a steering.
Cool, thanks you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Never do I have time for that.
You do. We have like 6 minutes, team.
Thank you.
I think it was for me for that. I go crazy as they go.
Okay, we needed to.
Decided to do
Yeah. Should raise.
Yeah, it's like
Figure out their survey. I gotta actually save them. I wanna try and get them on page. Think so. I told him I'm on the ground.
Yeah.
Cycle. Or there's a situation you can take.
Situation when
Yes, exactly. You just leave the the birds can take you. Oh, and then scatter you.
Well, that's a pretty
Yeah.
Well, I mean, should we? Yep. Stay down using our. That's what.
We can. That's what I'm looking, that's the real question. I've been, sure, I've had more than adults operating.
Just send everything to the town server. Because that way. I was told, because you in affidavit that you never conducted any serious studies. Whereas other than that, they have.
What is phones, right?
Well, but still the phone would be using texting.
All towns, all towns. I need to. Yep. Okay. As we work through this process. Office server, is that okay?
Because that, especially now that all cloud-based, Microsoft 360. Everything. The server. And so you're, it's when you the document. Your email started working.
I just want to. It does. Thanks. Sounds good.
That's how much time you have to finish.
Yeah.
Is that
No, okay. Anyway,
I don't think you can now. Oh, I wanted a little card just like this.
Yeah.
I'll remember that next time.
this is right.
Well, Dan, you made it back in one piece.
Ski. Oh, yeah. Where do I go? I'm skiing, yeah. One day you can get killed on that.
It's true.
It was, not really, it was, good up there. It was very awesome. Stand for it. Yeah, it was a good day. Try to get out tomorrow. Days, jeez. Number 5. Got me beat. No, he's got me 3. Oh, he's at 3 Sunday and today. So.
Think you're gonna see when you're to the hockey game, before the hockey game?
oh, I
Never happened. James, are you good to go? Cool. I don't think we need introductions for this group. We're good. Just make sure. Sweet for that. Let's roll it.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. So we're just going to do a quick recap of housing use program for 2024. We have 15 minutes. And then you get to listen to the comp plan suite and give them plenty of time to do their thing. So, like I said, this is just a review of what we did last year and what kind of updates we go. So just a quick recap of what the housing helps program is. So back in August of 2019, the town council did adopt a resolution establishing the housing helps program. The idea behind that is to provide cash assistance for workforce housing. So what happens is a deed restriction is placed on a housing unit anytime that anytime the housing helps program is utilized. This program is funded through 5A funds, and we also have a 5% Frisco tax on short-term rentals that helps pay for this program. It is an all line item on the housing fund, for fiscal year this year. We have 1.545 million to utilize. What does it provide? There are a variety of options, and we'll go through those options that people can choose from based on their circumstances, so that we have a diverseness of affordable housing in Frisco. Since its inception in 2019, the program has created 18 restricted properties, and we typically either do those at 100% AMI, or we do those as live work units in the community.
Is there a reason that it's just been those two?
For 100% and live work?
Yeah.
Reason being, well, for us currently 100% AMI because we have a Prop 123 commitment that we have to maintain. So the town last year, or the year before, excuse me, said to the state for Prop 123, we would like to create 16 affordable housing units at 100% AMI. That way we can receive funding from the state for Prop 123. So as we go through this presentation, you'll see that we achieved 4 of those this year. And actually I sat through a presentation with Bill last week, and we actually have some developments that are currently being worked on that are going to get their CEOs here hopefully soon. They'll help contribute to that number. So our 16 number that DOLA says that we need to do doesn't fall 100% on the town. We do have some residential developments that will be coming online, and they'll help us with that number, which was very nice to find out last week.
I guess what I was getting at, I'm not trying to bog you down, but there's nothing saying we couldn't target, couldn't put an 80% or 120%.
Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the town's discretion. But something to consider is if the lower we go, that's more impact that it's going to have on our financial capabilities with the fund.
James, those bonus density units that are generally counted.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So here are the program options. We have 6 of them. I believe in the original resolution there was 4. And option 6 was created 2 years ago. So just real quick, option 1 is the town purchases a deed restriction from a new home buyer. So this is basically first-time home buyer assistance. We can do that. We can use that as their down payment on the home that they want to purchase, or they can use those funds whatever they want. It's their option. We unfortunately didn't have anybody utilize this, but I would really like to push this for this year. The second one is the town purchases a deed restriction from a current owner with limits occupancy to local workforce. So somebody has a property that they own, they just want to put a deed restriction on it and receive a cash payment from the town for that option. The third one.
How many of those were used? Okay.
The third one is the town goes out, purchases a market rate unit. We then turn around and we do an energy audit on the unit after we purchase it. We make upgrades if we need to. Then we turn around and sell that based on either 100% AMI if we need to, or a live work unit. That is what we have brought forward to you before as an ordinance, so we can sell those. So we've done several of those. That's the majority of what we've done last year. Fourth one is for ADUs. We didn't have any last year. We do have somebody that's inquiring about this, so we're looking forward to see how this process works with that. We really want to push that as well. Part of it too, our strategic housing plan is really wanting that implemented as well, so we really want to push that. Fifth one is we partner with Summit County to purchase a deed restriction. From what I can tell, this has only been done twice. It was done when the program was implemented, and we have not done that then. I don't really know why that has stopped, but it's something that we're going to be looking more and having discussions with the county and seeing what we can do to utilize both their funds and our funds.
I know the other communities have been utilizing that partnership. So
yeah, I have no idea why that stopped.
We don't like using other people's money. Yeah.
And then the sixth option, which is the newest, this is basically for somebody that is retired and wants to live in their home and just get that income from the town, but a deed restriction would be placed on it for the future homeowner to live on the property. So it doesn't necessarily dictate the workforce requirements that are in the deed restriction for them. It is for the future sale of the property.
And the person who initiated this request decided they didn't want to pursue it, so no one has used this option.
The financial gain wasn't. And is that where we're trying to use 15 to 20%? It was in years that were marking down by 15 and we want to go to 20 or something.
And we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Yep, we'll talk about that. So here's kind of a quick rundown on what we did last year. So these are both purchases and sales. So in last year, let me get back to my. Last year we purchased 6 properties, and of those 6, 5 were market rate properties. Those being 99 Granite, 700 Lake Point, 220 Galenas, number 1 and 2, 416 Bayview, and 121 East Main Street was a deed purchase buy down, which was a 4-bedroom unit. That's why it's so much cheaper. We went ahead and sold those units, except for the Granite, the 99 Granite. Whenever we were going through this program, we wanted to have a diversity of unit sizes. So we did studios, we did 1-bedrooms, we did 2-bedrooms, we did 3-bedrooms, and with the 121 East Main Street, that was a 4-bedroom apartment. So we wanted to see a diversity of the units that we were selling and see what happens. For example, the 99 Granite Street, which is right across the street, did not sell. And that's something that we're gonna be putting back on the market for next year. And kind of see what happens. The unit is very small. It is a studio, but it's very small. So that kind of made people hesitant on that. But the other ones, they were sold at lottery. They did very well. We had 2 live work units. So we had 700 Lake Point, which was a live work unit. That means there is no AMI associated with the sale. And we also had 416 Bayview was a live work unit. 3 bedrooms, very nice unit over there along Summit Boulevard. So like I mentioned earlier, we had 4 units that were sold at 100% AMI. The other 2 units were live work units, and they were received very, very well.
What's the East Main Street one, purchase price 115? What, you just purchased a deed restriction on that?
So yeah, the owner of the property, it's actually the log cabin.
The former
log cabin restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a 4-bedroom apartment upstairs.
Yeah.
And the owner wanted to utilize Housing Helps to do that, so we gave them 10% of the assessed value of property or of the residential unit. And so that was why it's 115,000.
What if that building goes away? If they scraped it and built something out on that log cabin, it's so old, they have to put a unit there for us, or? I'm not saying that it is.
I don't know, yeah.
That's actually a really good question.
The condominium, though.
It is, right now we have a current application and it's been deemed incomplete of the middle, but they are looking to keep it and build other units in the back of the property, so you'll be, and they want to use bonus density, which we weren't aware of when we did this, so there's a little bit of a twist because it doesn't meet a bonus density covenant.
But we haven't had that situation come up yet.
Yeah.
Where a unit or a property that is deed restricted, that the owner scrapes it.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen at some point.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've really dealt with what happens at that point.
And I always thought that, you know, the people who bought that from log cabin, it was always gonna get scraped.
The current owner of the property wants to redevelop it
Yeah.
and keep it.
Yep.
We'll see if that.
But we're gonna run into that situation somewhere else
Oh, yeah.
at some point.
That's a great question. Dad's got the wheels.
Thinking
turning.
about it.
Yeah.
Because obviously public money has been invested in the property, so we're gonna have to deal with that situation.
Yeah, and once you sold off a condominium, you can't just scrape it.
Yeah.
Condominium has rights there. I'd have to think about. I'm tending to believe that an owner of a deed restricted property that fires occupancy by a certain level isn't allowed just to tear it down.
To replace it, instead of pay it back in some fashion.
I don't imagine we'd be too awful crazy about that replacement cycle if it took very long.
Well, that could also be, you know, that's under LLC, the business is, and that's their upstairs, they own both. It's in two different names, yeah.
But the deed restriction's still gonna run with the property from a title
Yeah, yeah.
perspective, so.
So when looking at these purchase prices and the selling prices, we are typically running between 20 and 30%, mostly on the high side of that, of investing in these properties. So the town is investing between 130 to 250,000 based on what type of unit. So for example, the Bayview unit, there's a difference of 250,000, but that's because it's a 3-bedroom, very large size unit. That's just what it costs. And whenever we're trying to resell these, especially for live work, we're looking at our strategic plan. We're also looking at the county's housing needs assessment, which they did, and seeing what numbers are needed based on those AMIs. So we're trying to hit those sweet spots of, okay, we're not doing 100%, but maybe we'll do 140. Maybe we'll do 150 without a covenant specifically saying 150, because those are the areas where people are needing to get in. And so whenever we're looking at these live work units, that's something that we're going to keep into consideration. Is we know we have 120s and 130s, but what about those higher numbers? It gives us a little bit more flexibility. And you want the unit to reflect that as well. You don't want to give them a crappy unit for too much for live work. So that's something that we consider as we're moving through this too. But like I said, we're on the high side of 20 to 30% for these. And it's just what it is to achieve those goals.
How do HOA figure into that?
That's the next slide.
There's a $500 a month HOA dues.
Exactly. So on this one is challenges and some changes that we're looking at doing in the program. So HOA challenge by far the biggest one is HOA fees and interest rates. HOA fees can range from $500 to $700 based on the type of the condominium. That doesn't even include any special assessments. For example, the town has a unit that we weren't able to sell in February, March of last year because it had a $6,000 special assessment that was coming up. So we had to eat that. But for an everyday person, that's a huge piece of the pie for them that they have to consider whenever they're buying a unit. So that's something that we're cognizant of. When we buy a property, we're looking at those numbers. We're looking at the size of the unit. We're looking at the HOA cost. We're looking at everything to see if it, number one, meets the goals of the town. Number two, can somebody actually afford to live in this after they purchase it? As I said, interest rates continue to be an issue. I know they're not as low as they used to be. They're running in the 7s right now, but it is something that we have to consider as we make these decisions. First-time homebuyer assistance. As I mentioned, this was not used. I really want this to be used this year. So a proposal that I have talked about with staff is increasing the maximum from 15 to 20% to help that. Reason being for that is a couple things. Number one, housing costs are increasing. Average the medium multifamily unit in Frisco was over $1 million this year so far. People can't do that. Even if they have down payment, their own down payment, it makes it very financially hard to achieve those. Plus, if we do a 20%, that helps them with PMI. That can help them get that out of that $300 to $400 extra payment that they have to make on top of their mortgage. So if there's something we can do to help alleviate that, that's something that we need to and then another is, like I said, it's hurting our purchasing power as well because things keep getting more expensive and revenue stays roughly flat. So that's something that we have to be cognizant of whenever we're doing that. Something that we're changing and actually have already implemented is using the housing authority to purchase these units. That helps speed up the process considerably because, as you all know, anytime the town is purchasing units, we have to come before the town council to get an ordinance passed twice. That takes at least a month if everything moves smoothly. By then, things can change, and it just creates a really cumbersome problem. But with utilizing the housing authority, that kind of speeds up the process. And I will say that Peoria SCHA the process that they have done and getting applications through and that whole gamut has helped us tremendously already. So I really want to compliment what CHA is doing. Do that.
Would the temperature of the room, I'm checking wood, I know we've got a policy in place where the town manager and or the mayor can act on a purchase of the property?
I think that's in order.
Yeah, you're confusing purchase and sale. Purchase is authorized under existing resolution.
Yeah,
State statute, it's not favorite, that's okay. State statute requires that municipal property be sold by ordinance. Right, so the purchase is fine, sold,
but you can buy, yeah, right.
but the
Yeah.
town
Yeah.
staff can engage in purchase transactions right now. But need an ordinance to engage in a sale transaction. So-
And that's why James is proposing, staff is proposing that we move these purchases and sales underneath the housing authority because we don't have to do that under state statute the same way.
Cool. Just make fund transfers into
Yeah.
the housing authority.
You know, as far as units,
Yeah.
we're holding short term, we're holding long term. My next question.
Or in
Yeah.
general.
In general, yes.
Okay,
Just
so
residential, I'm free.
so for the housing helps, we have some that we utilize for our seasonal employees mostly. So we have 2 units at 223. We have 519 Teller Unit 7 that we tried to sell in the spring of last year and just couldn't take because of the assessments. And then the 99 Granite that we purchased this year, didn't sell, that we're gonna try and sell again.
So as a tenant,
No, that was just through
That's
housing
just through
help.
housing helps.
And then we have about another 18 to 20 units that employees live in, some of them, such as the house by the elementary school. that we purchased. We try to fit 3 to 4 guys in there, even though it's many and they can't park there. And then we have a couple on Galena, and we sublease from the county at Dazen and Silverthorne for employees also. And then they're scattered
so
around.
how many employees are in the house?
I could look it up and get back to you, but I think it's like 22-ish, I'd say.
Right, those are seasonal.
Yes, most are seasonal. Oh, and then our Mary Ruth unit, we have 4 that we manage for year-round employees. And 4 are 10-mile vicinity, 10-mile, so they're not town. It's a good number of employee housing, but there's always a need. They never, yeah, it's interesting, they never sit vacant.
Yeah, and then all of the units that we own are being rented to employees.
Correct. So like the Cedar Lodge one, we feel that didn't sell. We just last week asked our contracted realtor to add it to a list of employee housing. And what we do is our staff who manages employee housing, Nicole, when she has a, let's say the Day Lodge hires someone down for the Tubing Hill, they say, hey, is there employee housing? She'll connect them with the realtor and then get moved in. So, yeah, there's a lot of turnover with seasonals, but there's also.
And when you look at our employee base, right, our total numbers, I always have 100 in my head, right? 105. 100, so I think it's pretty quick. We're housing almost 25% of our employees. That's just a throw a number out there. Yeah. Cool.
And that 105 is full time.
I was gonna say, maybe that's the difference. That's why I'm gonna kind of look at my.
You're probably living at 150 at any given time, equals or more.
I think we have about 9, we have 9 that we use for full-time. All the rest are seasonals, and seasonals tend to have to share bedrooms, try to pack them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this relates a little bit to what we were talking about a couple months ago, talking about the industry project future. We think as staff that in the future, we're gonna need more full-time housing units for staff. We don't have any science around that right now, but there's every project that we do, we have to be looking at that possibility.
Questions? James, your ask? More direction, anything?
did you get an answer on home buyer assistance?
Yes, would we be willing to bump that up 15 to 20%?
20% sounds good. It's easy to calculate.
Do you have any direction for James? I also wanna know, you noticed the number that we had overall, I think it was 18, and 8 of those were just last year. So props for James, that was him coming in and really trying to get this program moving again, where it had sat idle for a couple of years in the town. So direction for him and anything would be appreciated also, if there's certain things you want him to pursue.
Sorry, one question. Have you noticed, we've talked about concerns that everybody starts thinking the town is the buyer of everything, and the prices are gonna be adjusted because the town is buying it, right? Seen any of that? Or-
Not at all. They know we're out there, but they're not, we're looking for the deals.
There's a pretty big example out there right now that's trending downwards. 20%, Andy, you good?
Yeah, staff's good.
Cool. Thank you. Right on, you guys. I appreciate it.
Right, I think we need a little gap to read.
Yeah, we'll take it whenever everyone shows up. Big talk.
Sit back. Fine, give it. Yeah. Oh, and it'll just be
A little bit.
I usually have it, I can't think of it.
Yes.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a lot of people away. I was like, who?
That's the best example.
Sure.
And then the other two kind of models.
Yeah.
Well, then,
Like, wait.
See what I mean?
You know what?
But you know what I mean? Steve. Take account. Someone down there, they had a cop. That is all. Somewhere else. You go and turn it. Yeah. Yeah. It sounds like they bought it. Yeah, it's been never down there.
So Don was telling me about his new property. Oh, yeah. He was like, what do you say when you start posting up? So like getting other thing, yeah. Exactly. I have no idea. I think I'll live it.
The employees were happy, nobody bugged them.
I'm pretty sure I knew how they dealt with that.
Like commenting on.
Adam and Ben last week chatting about new to me, mayor. Yeah. He was telling me the younger gentleman was trying to get state senate, that didn't pan out. Oh, wow. Really?
I guess you the mayor role and you have the rest of his mayorship behind him.
Yeah. So. Is the mayor of Mountain View at these events as well?
Yeah.
Well, it's also the executive session.
Everyone's in. Okay. Try to right around that.
Is the town clerk?
No, she started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I remember this. Both. It doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah, but.
Me and my wife at different ends of the kitchen. Right, right. It's fun. Okay.
Yeah.
My guy says it's like. You got
Just kidding. Really? Yeah.
Ready?
Please do, you did well there, yeah. Great, so we're gonna get into our agenda item number 3, which is gonna be 80% of our comp plan, the next one will be 90. And with that, Chris is gonna take us through it. And we've got some consultants online, a couple of housekeeping issues. We're gonna address that. If we haven't, did you speak to them or we're just gonna give you a call? In that we're behind schedule.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, we're just gonna, right now, we'll apologize, we're running late, but anything we can do to cut a little time. We're gonna start at 5 o'clock today.
Yep. So with that, we'll get going. We are gonna have a dinner break. They're box dinners. We're gonna get a sign. We'll stop the meeting quick, grab a box, come right back to the table. I'm gonna keep an eye on the clock and work towards shutting her down at like 6:45. Cool, thanks guys.
Thank you. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Chris Valdez. I'm principal planner here at the town of Frisco. Relatively new. I've been here about 6 months, but I have hopefully taken this plan by the horns and we've gotten it to 80% with the help of the consultant. And I would say that I'm actually not going to walk you through it. I have like really cool little handouts or anything like that. I have a giant online document for you to take a look at. And I know some of you have already provided comments in that document, and we are having a cutoff to get that to me by, I don't know, 11 p.m. tomorrow night, so I can go through them. I know some of you work about 3 hours, but so maybe if you get it to me by, before the start of business on Thursday, then I can go through those and get the appropriate comments to the consultant. But I'm really excited about how this plan is coming together. We've really done a lot of community engagement. That's why the plan has been not necessarily delayed, but we decided to extend the timeline because we want to do additional community engagement throughout this process and really make sure that this plan reflects what the community wants and desires. And you all are kind of like the ultimate deciders of it. You're going to be adopting it. We want to make sure that it speaks to what the community wants. You are either appointed or elected officials from the community. So it's kind of in your hands. And we're not getting a 90%. I think we're getting a 95% next go round. We're hoping for adoption in April. So because we do have, per state statute, we need a 30-day review period for the comprehensive plan, which adds another month onto the timeline. So, and with that, I'm going to allow our consultant to introduce themselves. And they said they were having a little trouble hearing us. And I don't know if that is still the case. We changed some settings, Allison. Hopefully you can hear us now, or Jessica, or Alex.
Yeah, we can. When there are more than one person talking at a time, it's still a little jumbled. So if folks could take turns talking, that would be super helpful for us. And so with that, I think we'll dive in. I'm Jessica Garrow, a consultant with Design Workshop. I'm joined by Allison Cody and Alex Zerkian, and we are so excited to run through the presentation. It does look like the town clerk is maybe sharing screen. Can we just say next slide as we go through, or would you like us to share screen?
I can do next slide.
Okay, great. Go ahead to our next slide then. We are going to try to run through some really quick project updates, go through the draft document, and then spend most of the time in conversation about the draft document that you have. Next slide. Next slide. So just an introduction of our team. We at Design Workshop are the lead consultants, and we had great support from our partners at Tool Design on transportation and Spirit Environmental on sustainability resilience, as well as thinking about water as part of the comprehensive plan. Next slide. So we thought it was really important just quickly to remind everyone what is the comprehensive plan. It is a guide for the future of growth and development within Frisco. It is not zoning. It is not changing land use designations on the zoning map in and of itself, but it does help support you as decision makers and staff in evaluating future development and potentially moving forward and implementing changes to your zone districts and land use classifications. It talks high level about the vision and goals for the future. It is required by state statute, and it has a number of different elements which we'll run through tonight. So yeah, next slide. This is just our timeline. Chris ran through this. We're really excited to be at the final stages. And our next slide just shows where we go from here. So tonight we are reviewing that 80% draft, asking for comments, as Chris said, kind of end of day tomorrow, first thing on Thursday, so that she can help compile everything. We will then take those comments and publish an updated document on Friday, February 14th, to start that 30-day public review period. And then community comments are due back March 17th. We would then take those, work with staff to update the document, and then, as Chris mentioned, hoping for adoption process in late April. I am going to quickly turn it to Alex, and she's going to run through just some project updates of what we've done.
Thanks, Jessica. Hi, everyone. So just before we get into the bulk of the discussion today about the draft plan, I want to talk about what we have done to date. So the first thing that we did was review some of the existing planning documentation that Frisco had. And with each of these plans, we really were just documenting the existing goals, actions, strategies, and policies that were in those plans that might be relevant to our comprehensive plan update process. Next slide. Moving on from there, we moved into a little bit more analysis with existing conditions. We looked at economic trends and market profile as well as demographics, and then we worked with our sub-consultant team to come up with our ecological assessment as well as transportation assessment. And then we also put together a map atlas so that we could look at some of these trends geographically and in relationship to one another. Next slide. Our first kind of community engagement component was focus groups, and those took place in last April, and we met with 7 different groups of community members, and each one of these discussions were topic specific, and they were 1 hour long. Next slide. Moving on from there, we moved into community engagement window 1, which was really focused on our vision and values and understanding where the community was and what they wanted to prioritize for the future. And so this included an online survey, and we had 540 responses. And then we also had 2 in-person engagement events. And we were able to connect with an additional 200 community members through those. Next slide. We took the feedback that we got from community engagement window 1 and used it to inform the 6 guiding principles and goal areas that you see here. And so those include an inclusive and accessible community, housing diversity, a diverse and thriving economy, a resilient environment, connectivity for all, and connection to nature. And these really create a framework that helps provide structure for the rest of the comprehensive plan update. Next slide. In community engagement window 2, we wanted to get a better idea of how the community really wanted to prioritize and weigh each of these guiding principles and goal areas. And so this was really focused on scenario planning. And during this window, we had another online survey where we had 190 responses. And then we had many in-person engagement events. And we were able to, again, connect with over 200 additional community members through those to get feedback on our scenarios, excuse me. Next slide. And so just to kind of give you an idea of the 3 scenarios that we presented and considered and discussed with the community, we had scenario A, which was a low growth scenario, and that was really kind of focused on just maintaining small town character. Scenario B was a mid growth scenario, and that started to look at expanding housing options. And then scenario 3 or C was focused on our highest growth options. And so that really considered, you know, what would the future look like if Frisco wanted to be kind of a regional economic hub? Next slide. So based on the feedback that we got from that second window of community engagement, we then put together drafted goals and strategies. And so in December, we were able to meet with our working group for the third time. We had a great discussion, and we really focused on understanding where there might be gaps in those drafted goals and strategies, as well as where there are opportunities for additional partnerships to bring, you know, additional community members and resources into the fold to really make these strategies as robust as possible. Next slide. And then finally, after that, we met with the Planning Commission for our third meeting with them, and we went over the drafted future land use map as well as land use classifications and got feedback on those. And we also had a discussion based on questions that were provided by town staff. And those are really focused on very specific areas of the future land use map as well. Next slide. Now I'm going to pass it over to Allison to talk about our future land use goals and strategies on the 80% document that we have for you today.
Thanks, Alex. Can you guys hear me okay? Great.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, thank you. Great to see you all again. Next slide. You've probably heard a bit about a future land use map at this point. A future land use map, as Jessica mentioned earlier, is not zoning, but it's really a tool to how to think about future development in the community. And so this updated future land use map incorporates aspects of your past future land use map from the 2019 community plan with some modest changes, such as extending Main Street to include West Main and creating a specific district along Summit Boulevard. Next slide. In the document, you'll see that the future land use map is supported by future land use classifications. And this really describes the characteristics and supportive uses to provide more definition of the physical form on the map. This is pretty typical for land uses within the state of Colorado, but we really wanted to make this a helpful tool for you to be really actionable. And so we've provided some detailed information about what should be considered within each of the districts on the map. We've written design criteria that align the community's values, those core values that you saw earlier in this presentation, within each of these districts. So this might include how roads and sidewalks might be thought about differently in a residential neighborhood compared to Main Street, or how to ensure that parks and social spaces are incorporated appropriately within each area. These also consider economy, sustainability, and equity as core principles and guiding principles within the town of Frisco. Next slide. So the goals and strategies within the document really relate to the programs, policies, and projects that support the town of Frisco in moving forward toward this future vision set forth both by the guiding principles as well as the future land use map. So this really is more of the detailed to-do list that will support the town in implementing the plan. Next slide. And so all of this information has been written into an 80% draft. You should have received a link. We've seen several comments from all of you on that draft already. This is really a product of several rounds of review, comments from Planning Commission, comments from the working group, as well as just so much input from Katie, Chris, James, Emma, and other town staff. So I'd like to just say thank you to them for their support in really right-sizing this plan document for Frisco, and just all of the work that they've put into the earlier versions of this in the past few months. Our hope today is to confirm with council and commission's priorities through discussion and feedback. And as Jessica highlighted earlier, we'll capture this feedback to advance this to a 95% draft in the coming months, which will be shared publicly with the community. Next slide. And so today's discussion is just going to focus on chapters 4 through 6 of the plan. That's the future land use that I touched on briefly, the vision, goals, and strategies, and just touch lightly on implementation. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 has really already been captured through those existing conditions assessments and the community engagement summaries that Alex touched on earlier in this presentation. And so we're really excited to dive into a discussion about the future land use, vision, goals, and strategies. And with that, next slide. So we have several sets of questions. These are included in your packet that you received. We have 3 slides with these discussion questions. And really, this is your meeting and your opportunity to provide feedback. So we're really adaptable to what you want to share with us and make sure that you help guide us in the direction that's going to best, support the town in moving forward. So while we have these 3 slides with question prompts that we will put on screen for discussion, Chris and Katie are available to help support in discussion. We're here to answer any questions and really look to you for the next hour or so to provide comments, thoughts, and feedback to help support this plan as we move towards that 95% draft. Thank you. With that, we'll kind of hand it over to you all in the room. Starting with this first slide, we have some questions on the future land use map.
And actually, before we get started on the discussion question, Commissioner Forsyth wasn't able to be here tonight, but did provide comments, so I wanted to hand those around. So, and then we can get started. You don't necessarily have to go with these questions. These are just kind of put out there to get the creative juices flowing. And hopefully everyone's gotten a chance to at least skim through the document. I know it's a big document, but what do you all see as the most transformative and impactful aspect of the plan?
I'd say the redevelopment of Summit Boulevard is the biggest idea that I'm seeing.
Okay.
And yeah, we don't need to get into the why, but that's the biggest.
Do you think that's a good, the way it's written, is the council and planning commission overall supportive of what's being proposed? Or is there concerns that anybody has with it?
I don't think any concerns, but I think incentivizing those businesses to make some changes is a very clear move there.
Okay, are there suggestions for future land use in the town that will give you pause or feel misaligned with our future direction?
Is it easy to identify kind of what you're proposing that represents a change that would be misaligned? I mean, I looked at that map and I can't tell what's different. So to ask how you feel about the difference is a really hard question. I don't know what the difference is.
Alec, I would put it on consultants to explain kind of some of the bigger changes made, or there wasn't any really big changes made, but what was kind of the thoughts behind the changes made and where they were located.
I can jump in. So I think that the gateway area, well, I'm going to take a step back. I think the map from a physical planning standpoint is fairly consistent with your previous future land use map, with the exception of the addition of the Summit Boulevard district and with the extension of Main Street towards the marina, as well as incorporating West Main. Where you start to see more definition of these physical spaces and maybe what's different than what you've seen to date comes with kind of the relationship between the future land use map and the future land use classifications. So if you start to take the colors on these maps and then read through the classifications for like the residential district, you'll start to see, or residential neighborhood, you'll start to see some more definition about what potential future changes might look like in those areas. And so maybe taking Summit Boulevard as a good example, this area really highlights some of the specific things that you might want to see as redevelopment comes to fruition in that area. So currently that orange area on the maps is a little bit more, dare I say, strip mall with parking towards the front. And land use classifications start to explore how future development, so someone coming in and looking to redevelop on a site that's there, might think about parking differently. They might think about how the buildings front to the street differently. They might look at some different considerations for pedestrian connectivity that isn't currently there. And so while I think the map, as I said, is pretty consistent, when you start to look at how those classifications apply to the map, there's some really good stuff there that is captured from community feedback and captured from what we heard the town is looking for that can help guide growth and development. Do you have questions with that? That was kind of long-winded, but I want to make sure it's covering, the question that was asked.
And the planning commission really dove into that future land use map at the meeting at the end of 2024. I don't know if any of you are pulling up the kind of general notes as a refresher too, that we can go through a little bit to help of the direction given at that meeting. But do any of you remember any of that conversation and how, I know we talked about east versus west, Summit Boulevard needed to be treated semi-differently, West Main needed to be focused on, and I'll pull up the minutes to get more, but if any of you recollect what you want to bring up that were important to you, we did it. It was hard, it was a couple months ago.
I mean, I remember
just like minutes to remember it.
I remember talking about Frisco Bay Townhomes and how the rest of the Summit Boulevard district in the orange is more of a commercial type development, not all of it, but it just, I made that comment already, so.
Yeah. I would echo that. I think like some of the, same with the area right by the Summit County parcel in the middle block. There's like some duplexes in the orange there. So I think as we look at like Summit Boulevard, we have overlaid residential areas with Summit Boulevard land use planning that to me feels like a big change from what we have today to take multifamily and make Summit Boulevard.
Well, we're talking about a future land use map. I just don't see Frisco Bay Townhomes in the near future being something different than high density residential. So I don't know.
And what's proposed on there?
So it's kind of part of that orange, which is the Summit Boulevard. So it's all the commercial stuff along in between the highway and 10 Mile Drive, and then not Safeway, but that other, what's that one complex called where?
Crossroads.
Yeah, Crossroads.
Because we don't really have any commercial entity after the roundabout, after that first roundabout. So don't.
So the Abby's High State, from over at
Yeah, but then you get.
Oh, and then
first.
Yeah.
So that's in there, but it's like, after that first roundabout, it's probably a residential, it doesn't. The Summit Boulevard district. I would echo that.
Yeah.
Because it's like, that's not going anywhere.
No.
It's not changing, there's not no land in there that's changing into commercial.
And by doing it this way, aren't you sort of heading towards if somebody is living in one of those townhouses and wants to utilize it commercially?
Yeah, would
You're
saying it's in a
kind of
commercial
saying it's
district.
okay.
Yeah, so I think that's ones that they were supposed to, the consultants are looking at. A couple other areas, it was talked about, so a lot of these colors usually look the same, but like Allison referred to the breakdown in specific details. The planning commissioners noted, we're in general consensus, it's better to have more areas, specifically East Main versus West Main. They have different character, they shouldn't be looked at as the same. Same thing for Gateway District on each side of Summit Boulevard. There's discussion, and this might be for council to weigh in on, north side of Galena Street. doesn't contain much commercial, but it shouldn't be acknowledged as potential for commercial, along with the side streets between Main Street and Galena and Granite Streets. So we can kind of think of that as you're looking was also the way in on. The gateway south of Dillon Dam Road is adaptive to residential right now in zoning. You're not allowed to have multifamily on a lot of properties that would make sense to have multifamily residential in, kind of along the lake area, those vacant properties off the dam road. So some discussion over how that needs to be a little bit more broken down to what the feasibility and the needs are probably for that area, not on the middle of Vernon Dillon Dam itself. I think that was the main ones. There was a good discussion, which is more detail oriented. The planning commissioners had some really creative ideas. On Summit Boulevard, maybe we could have taller buildings if it was a mixed use building that included affordable housing. And so certain parameters, there's kind of some incentives that you can redevelop your property. Maybe you can go a little bit higher than others if you're going to provide some affordable housing in it. And we had some good design guidelines, such as more step back and kind of avoiding the commissioners did not want to see a corridor effect of tall buildings right along the highway and things like that. So a lot of it was more in the details of the land use categories than in the actual categories, because like Allison said, you look and it's not a whole lot of differences, but it's focusing in on those sub areas.
Sub areas reflected in colors here. Like if you're looking at Main Street, it looks the same from the marina to I-70.
Right.
Are there variations or not? That's.
I think they should be reflected somehow. So
I'm hearing you say that.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure.
I'm hearing, yeah.
I'm not sure if the comments you just reflected of planning commission are reflected in.
And that's what I'm seeing
looking
too.
at.
Yeah, so that's why let's have the consultants weigh in. I agree with you.
Because I agree with everything.
This
you
is your
said.
seat, Andy.
Is it all right?
No, you're good. Look,
No,
you got it.
Yeah. We're good.
Now I'm gonna walk away.
So I'll maybe just chime in and say, this is the type of feedback we're hoping for of where are you wanting to see some additional nuance on some of these areas for the future land use categories. So as an example, back on the Summit Boulevard district, looking at that category, we're saying kind of across the board there is a 12 to 30 dwelling units per acre. So allowing kind of high density and up to 4 stories. So that's a little bit different than when you compare it to Main Street, where we're saying, you know, maybe up to 4 stories, but it might be more limited. And so having the nuance between those two districts, but also between, you know, east versus west, north versus south of those districts is helpful for us as we continue to refine this.
So to Katie's question, does this 80% plan reflect the comments of the planning commission's meeting that she was just telling us about?
So I have noticed some things aren't reflected yet, so some of our comments aren't reflected yet.
Consultants?
Sorry, my mute button was stuck there. So we've updated, and I think if there's some areas where, again, additional clarification or integration is needed, that's what we want to make sure we're hearing from staff as well as Planning Commission and Council. We picked up, I think, as best as we could in the time frame in terms of flipping a draft around within about a week. And so there very well may be some things that we need to continue to update and refine as we get to these next steps. So want to make sure we hear that from you all tonight, and then picking that up in any additional comments on the document.
So I guess we'll revisit, not here in front of everybody and waste everyone's time, but the comments that are in reflected in the minutes that we documented from the Planning Commission, because I think those were pretty clear on some things that aren't in here. And as I read them, I think that I saw some nods of support also from council in that And we do have the, in here reflected is also the one you would write, okay? And so I think there is a glitch on the future land use plan itself that now all the comments have been carried in, it looks like. Thank you for catching that, even though you didn't know you were catching something, but I appreciate it. Do you want to move to the next one?
Yes. So, moving on to vision, goals, and strategies, and by no means you have until early Thursday morning to get me comments. If you know you can't sleep tonight or tomorrow night, and you're like, I really need to read this comp plan, I'm so excited. If you have additional comments on the future land use map, please put those in the document. And then now we're gonna move on to vision, goals, and strategies. Really looking at aspirations. Does the current vision statement reflect our identity and aspirations for the future? So the vision statement, which I can't read on the screen.
If you're going to a page,
Um,
Yeah.
you just let us know what page.
Yeah.
68 maybe?
So if you go to, the document page 61, but in the link, if you're looking at the, page of 103, it's page 69 of 103 is where this particular, page is located. And the vision statement is the town of Frisco is a welcoming mountain town that connects people with nature and supports opportunities for community well-being. And then it includes the 5 values identified in the strategic plan update. So I think here wanting to make sure that that reflects what the council would like to see for your aspirations for the future. And if not, any adjustments that you would want to see to that future vision statement.
And actually this, the vision statement was a recommendation from staff so that it aligns with the other plans within the town, as opposed to having one vision in the comp plan, one vision in the strategic plan, another vision in the housing plan, another vision in the climate action plan. I was hoping to kind of merge these plans together with that vision statement.
We've gone over this one, right?
It's a welcoming.
Yeah.
It's more now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I'm going through, okay, in this comp
Yeah.
plan, that you're okay, we carried it in.
Yeah, what Katie just said.
We had a different one in there that we were kept wordsmithing and making up, and then we realized maybe it just makes the most sense. We hashed out.
And I just wanted to hear from you all. Are you good with carrying that vision statement over to this plan? I'm seeing nods.
Yeah.
Needed on that.
Okay, and then the next question, do the proposed goals and strategies adequately address current challenges and anticipate future needs?
So within the document, that starts on page 62 of the document, it's page 70 of that PDF for all of the goals and strategies.
And I will say the titles for the goals, we wordsmith as staff and as well as with the planning commission. So hopefully town council is in agreement with those. But if not, let us know.
I'm assuming the comments I'll put in the margin. I don't have to say it yet.
Correct.
Just one.
I knew it. You all get to try to figure out who's who making the comment.
What's your comment?
That was more of a general.
So I have Question for you guys, like, how do you take these goals and there's a lot in there, like, how do you take them and leave them into real life?
So what we're planning on doing is having actually an implementation section. Once we get to the 95% draft and take those goals and strategies and make them into action steps of what we want to accomplish and prioritize them. Obviously not on our own, but in conjunction with you all of, is this achievable in the next 5 to 10 years? If it is, what kind of priority are we gonna put on this? And then really have that implementation. So going back to your first presentation, dark sky, we have that in there. We're gonna be able to check that off, hopefully in the next 2 years, that we've been certified as dark sky compliant. So like, that's one of the action steps that we're gonna move forward with.
You pick the ones that you think you can reasonably accommodate in the next 5 years.
Well, I am hoping all of them we can do in the next 5 to 10 years, or most of them. And then we have, my goal, I don't know, I haven't talked about it with Katie yet, is really have a status update at the end of every year of where we are with these goals and strategies so that we showing progress. I really don't want this to be a plan that just sits on a shelf and collects dust until we have to do it again, or, we have to do it again in 5 years. So what I'm hoping is maybe to do a yearly check-in with you all again, saying this is where we are at with the implementation plan. So.
And a little more background on that, staff met with each department head, like Public Works, Recreation, to really make sure that what we were putting in was feasible. A lot of it is supported in their other master plans, such as the marina plan, things like that. And then we got kind of the general information and realistic and budgeting that would be feasible for what we did with each department head to really, which we've never done on this plan in the town before, to really make sure it's more realistic. And then the council had a retreat in which I believe that they also focused in on some of the bigger ticket items, gave direction to staff about on some of the bigger ones to ensure that we're on the right track. And then if that wasn't, then we tried to cover our bases to make sure it was going to actually be practical and implementable. Yeah. There's no bridges being built over West Main Street. Like there was a couple of years ago.
The way, the point why we're all here is what I'm getting at is if this is our comprehensive plan, it's a 10-year, if we go by the hard and fast, this is a 10-year plan. Our strategic plan should be a 3 to 5 year plan that should then feed this plan. I love the fact that we used all of our other master plans to build the comp plan. It only took Diane 9 years to hammer into my head that we have the plan, Rick, and it's right here. So this might not be, I'm a little unclear on this document being actionable, whereas moreover, I see the strategic plan being actionable. And I think we have to revisit this at the end of every year. Yeah, and ticks the boxes or say we could have done that better or that one wasn't unrealistic. To Katie's point, we just looked at all of our capital for the next 10 years. It's a huge list. We don't have them now. So we reprioritize our things that we could afford and things that were going to be either necessary for sure or other items that had a greater good, meaning amenities for our community that would then support our visitors, right? So that's what drove us through the capital plan. So all of that coming together is what I see here. Other than the big, from when I review this document, right? Other than what I'm seeing that the Summit Boulevard new district in that, I don't have anything else for it.
It's a good thing. That's great. That's great.
Just to get there, I just wanted to get there, yeah.
I think like this is a future document. One thing that's like kind of holding in it is like the talk about COVID. I feel like that's necessary in this document for the future. It's like, I get that it had enormous impacts, but I think we need to talk about what the problem is. It's not a new problem. Like housing's been a problem 50 years, so it's like it feels like a crutch in a vision document that doesn't need to be there, in my opinion. Is one overlying theme I keep seeing in the document that could go away and still discuss our problems and how we're going to address them in the future. This is like, this happened and now we're here, because that's not how it went, actually. Those are my thoughts, close and check. Taking Rick's stuff.
I want to reinforce Lena's comment or identification of things I didn't pick up on, but a lot of the pictures aren't Frisco. Or they're not the right place, like it's kind of I don't know how, I didn't go through this to give like, I like likes or whatever it would be on this format. But I think we need to be true to Frisco and to show Frisco.
Yeah, and I will let you know.
Thank you for pointing out so many of those things.
I will let you know, we got the pictures over to the consultants, like after the 80% draft was done with all their picture requests, so that will be taken care of. So.
And thanks to Vanessa and her team
Yes.
who found, they found replacements, right? You just didn't get to. But no, great comment.
And I also, one other comment I have is that our infrastructure isn't tied to our housing as much as it says, like, we get tourists that balloon this society up, 300%. So it's like, our infrastructure needs to keep up with the tourism economy, not just our housing.
I think we addressed that because it's
Yeah,
come up in the
we
past.
we did talk about it at our
Water.
last work session.
Did you guys?
Yeah, or with you guys, I think, so
Okay.
I just wanted to reiterate
No,
that, because it's,
Because when we look at I come back to water,
yeah,
right? Like we're not gonna build a water system for 20% occupancy rates. That's insane,
yeah.
right? We should be building these infrastructure projects for 100%, which then
Yeah,
will meet that need of having the influx of tourists. Again, I can't account for all the
or
hotels.
we can tell tourists you can't drink our water. Got a lot of.
But that's, but thank you.
Yeah.
The other plan,
I had a question about the very beginning where, like, it says Frisco today. It says, Town of Frisco is a thriving community, and then it goes, in recent years, population, and I don't think that's correct. I think we've lost population, it's like, yeah.
3%.
Maybe we should.
I saw that comment earlier today and I thought it was I'm really glad you guys caught that. I think that's a text shift that we can make in the document. I was thinking something more appropriate would be population shifts. What we saw is more people making Frisco their second home post-COVID, so there were more people, but also a decline in population as stated later in the trends. So great catch, and we'll make that revision.
And I think I just heard a comment kind of in the room that maybe the intro isn't quite as positive as it could seem, so staff and the consultants could take a look at that.
It's just kind of like, we're great, but and it is just kind of like, it's like, this is our guiding document, like, maybe it doesn't not need to address the challenges, but like, as we move forward, these are what we're faced with, and this is how we're gonna do it. Like, how are we gonna preserve our social fabric? And I know it gets into it, but it just kind of seems just a little inherently negative.
So these are good comments. This is why we're bringing it to you. We don't want them when we come for adoption or for the final public comment period. So it also means that I think we're on the right track overall with a lot of it, since you kind of focused in on some of these too.
Yeah.
So, which is good for staff.
A couple of my comments, I'll bring them up just to see if the group agrees, was most of it's painting with a broad brush. Then you have a couple of specific things. The two that I identified, and I don't know how many I missed, was something about an underpass, a pedestrian underpass. I don't remember if that's even in our capital plan anymore, but we have an extensive capital plan of probable, definites, maybes, and possibles. We got rid of the no ways.
Okay.
And then one of them that really jumped at me was they called out FDRD as an organization. I love FDRD, but there's no reason to call out in a comp plan any individual organization that we should be working with. That ties us in for 10 years.
Mhm.
And why not do it with all the other awesome organizations in town? So I just feel, I feel like keep painting with a roller. You know, we'll do the other plans. when we
Yeah,
get
it
the-
seems
the
like
brushes
some
are
of the
gonna get
other
smaller.
plans, like the strategic plan is for the fine tooth brush versus this broad brush.
I'll maybe respond to that. I think there's two things there. One being the underpass. We did hear from the community that this was still desired. We think there's a benefit of including it in the comprehensive plan because if suddenly an infrastructure bill comes forward and there's funding opportunities, having it captured and reflected in your comprehensive plan helps to allow you to get that funding in the future. If, you know, these things that are unknown currently. We could change the wording about the capital improvements plans and change more into something that's like setting you up for potential future funding opportunities. To the
On that
second
theory,
question.
On that theory, can you look
Go
at
ahead.
our long-term capital plan and insert as many of our long-term capital plans, if that's the motivation to do this one in particular?
Yeah, are we missing other opportunities by not?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Instead-
think that's something we will coordinate with staff on of if it's already in a document, do we need to duplicate it here? I think this was one that was not located in another document, so that's why we pulled it forward. So I think Katie and Chris, we can coordinate with you on what the best thing to do is in making sure that we're covered on those capital pieces because it is so important on the implementation side.
And admittedly, dev staff hasn't gotten an update of that retreat big capital kind of that list yet. So when we'll get that, and then we can dig through a little better on that since we're not quite sure what was on it. So.
To your second question regarding specifically calling out certain partnerships, this is kind of part of that implementation of who can you work with, who are partners. There are several places throughout the document where we, you know, specify coordinating with CDOT, specify coordinating with U.S. Forest Service. So that is, you know, something that is typical within a comprehensive plan, but certainly if you feel there's partnerships that are not appropriate to mention or additional partnerships that you would want to see included, we do look to you to help guide and direct that and would be happy to make any modifications based on those comments.
And one thought for the group on that, there's no right or wrong answer, is some of the directors, and I don't remember if FDRD was part of this, but when we had our meetings with directors, there's concern over, well, right now we provide funding to this organization. If we don't mention them in this plan, does that mean that town's not gonna provide them funding in 2 years because someone doesn't want to? If we have them in the plan, are we going to, as our department who works with these and wants their support, that kind of come in some of that picking departments, from department heads, and that was the logic of it. So just throwing it out there, I think that's how we have certain ones in there, such as FDRD, as far as trying to make sure that if they're in there, then different departments feel like they will continue to hopefully support funding, the council will support funding those organizations if it's already being given. So that doesn't mean it's right or wrong, but that's kind of thinking about as far as having those organizations in there, which may be why you suggested removing them also, not because you want to not stop funding, but you don't know where discussion they're gonna go.
Fund a budget conversation.
Correct.
I say. Because he's watching.
Yeah. So yeah, kind of a little background for everybody to think about and provide comment and feedback.
Okay, should we move on to the last slide of questions? So this is where we're talking about implementation. But kind of what I'm hearing from town council is that maybe the strategic plan is more appropriate for implementation. Do we want an implementation section if we have the strategic plan?
I think we do, because I think we're gonna see it's different too.
Okay.
I'll answer that one, sorry. Feel free to weigh in and say differently.
I feel like it goes kind of null and void without it.
Okay, yeah.
Like, so what now?
Yeah.
The
It's a
strategic plan.
cliffhanger.
It's 3 minutes, but we're just
I think the most important thing is to not have conflict between all these plans, that they speak to each other, and yeah, when you're doing your strategic plan, come back to this plan and be like, oh yeah, that was in there. You know,
You allude to it on this and then you speak to it on the strategic plan.
give it beef in the strategic plan.
I mean, I look at this not as, I don't see every single thing in this plan achievable. I mean, I think there's a lot of great things in here, I'm not saying, but I mean, I wouldn't wanna be fully tied to trying to accomplish. I don't know, whatever, there's some goals in here where I'm like, I don't know.
And I think that's where your comments will be great, whether you put them in the document, email them, pictures, or provide them here.
Okay.
Those are the ones that we can take.
And then there's things that I saw in here, like the wildfire mitigation, where, during our capital plan retreat, whatever, just after everything in California and all this stuff, I'm looking at Rick. But,
Last 2 weeks of phone calls, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah. So anyways, that kind of bumped it up for me, reading it here and then thinking about what we just did together in the retreat. Anyway, so it's influencing in all kinds of directions, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that's probably what it's meant to do.
As long as you think it's the right influence of where you envision the town moving.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make more comments. I didn't want to nitpick the goals to death, but maybe I will.
It's okay. Yeah.
Do it.
Because sometimes someone's comments in there make someone else think or pick up on something that they should. So you could also look at it that way, and maybe other people don't agree or staff like that doesn't make sense, but you may trigger other people's thoughts to go in the same direction that when they read this entire document, they didn't think about or pick up on it. Because you all have different things your book is sitting on.
Cool. Okay.
Are we in a good spot to take a quick break?
I feel good.
And then dinner's here.
Be breaky.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
Right, I was gonna ask.
Please.
You guys, what do you guys think about just a comment on? I think it's important to get a hard cap on SDRs.
Oh, I see.
So, do we have a floating cap? I don't even know what that means. We have a floating cap.
48%.
It's floating.
As we build more than that cap.
Yeah, so it's a 25% of the housing stock you can do STRs. So as more units come online, you can do more STRs.
So we're averaging, I think last year we went from 900 to 902. And this year Kyle just ran the numbers last with me and I forgot them, but I think it's like 4 we're adding. So we're gonna, for 2024, we had 902 licenses. There'll be a couple more.
Should we have a wait list?
We have a long wait list. I can pull it up. I think it has over 40 people on it right now. Yeah.
I think we're saying like 6 months.
Oh, even more. If it's at 40, it just keeps going up. And I think that is a different discussion for the council also is kind of, I wouldn't put that Jessica has a great point, and I would say we could consider it, but I wouldn't put it in the comp plan discussion necessarily, but I think if the council wanted to discuss that further, it comes up with an STR ordinance work session, see where we're at with STRs, where the council wants to go. You know, we get complaints that there's a lot of vacant units since we have a cap also. How do you get those to long-term? No, but I think it's
something around this in the strategic housing plan?
I don't think, is that James is shaking his head kind of a little bit. Yeah, but I would say it's more of a conversation for if council wants to discuss the STR ordinance, if they and put that on a future work session amongst themselves, and they can take planning commission and put it in. Sure.
Yeah.
Give me the revolution.
Yeah, Debbie, you want to hear something? Constituency?
Okay, so break.
The rest was saying, would you?
Yeah, I'll take a quick break.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, we could probably grab almost 5 minutes, and just to keep everybody on track. So 6:15. Thank you, consultants. 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Connection between, as long as we have growing SPRs, we're always gonna.
We're coming back to this, right? Yeah.
First 30 minutes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a screen of expenses. You see it in the inside. Sorry. How do you do
Perfect. To the last iteration, specifically to unfriendly. I just wanted, not, you don't have to.
That's appreciated. Yeah, I mean, if there is.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, oh, I want to go to
And I still, different methods, right? Like, I should have probably just did.
I was like, maybe I should do that.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, it's no guarantee.
No, I can. I just know that it's going.
Sorry for dipping in a little early. Hey, Bob. I might have, well,
Right?
so I'm not sure I like him that much.
Miss you whenever you need. That's just.
Just saying, if they don't get it for now, we go there. Oh, yeah, just CC. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm in town.
Anything for that?
Done some? I think there will be. Okay.
Well, it's almost everyone's back.
Yep.
I haven't seen your name for a council. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the planning commission.
Yeah, we're keeping them busy.
Everybody else has
Yeah.
Only the whole balance, we don't know who's actually.
I talked to a few more today, they're gonna.
Sounds like a good response.
14 full packages. Yeah, it's
Writing an essay, writing an essay, who says his signature.
Yeah. Another story.
message.
I wish that's all I had to do. I had to do that before. Scary.
So the comp plan doesn't really change our direction.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. That was.
And I really did that. I think I figured it would be a very different thing, and I just can't.
Yeah, so that's good.
Is this big? So I just figured out.
You know, considering the last. Spot is having this vacation. So it's maybe unique, but when you, was it a grand?
Yeah.
Lisa. There was.
It's gonna be.
This one.
Plans, yeah.
Just maybe be some. That's not. With that. Chris.
Okay, so we want to continue the presentation, or do we want to? The next, thank you. So any other comments on implementation, anything else that when you either peruse the comp plan, read it, that you discussed with the group?
I think I did reiterate what Art said, right? It's not necessarily changing what we're doing now. It's keep continuing with our vision, and I would say on implementation, broad, right? Because we have obviously multiple other plans, and then we have the strategic plan. And in fact, what Elizabeth was saying is like, we're gonna do stuff that's not in this plan, and we're not gonna get some stuff that is in the plan done, because we're gonna get off, and that's okay. But it's more, I guess what I'm seeing between the two recent ones is this one realistic.
It's realistic, and I think if there were no, and we just had to go with the flow, I think that's what this is doing. This is the gravity of where gravity, not depth, but pull. I mean, we're just moving in the same direction. I think it's copacetic with where we want to be, our vision.
Right. I think it needs to say that. We need an elevator speech in the document to say, what is this thing gonna do for us for 10 years? A broad, super broad brush of, again, we were talking, what are the prime end results of this? We have Summit Boulevard, instead of Main Street, keep us an awesome place. Keep on keeping on for the most part. And we're a little different in 10 years in a nice executive summary kind of section, which people will read. 103 pages. A little rough, and it's a little rough to read 103 pages and come out with an elevator speech about this. Yeah. An elevator speech in a building that's only about 14 stories tall.
Wow. Specific.
Well, if you have a 112-story building, you can write a 103-page report.
No, talk.
Yeah.
It's elevator
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, let's talk about that for a while.
Yeah. So when the consultant was talking about maybe redeveloping, right? I mean, that's always a possibility, redeveloping. And that's what I've always seen when I was building homes. There was no more land left, but the land was scrape and build. So, I'm gonna have first a question. Walmart Safeway, is the underlying land, is that one land or those two properties? Do we know?
I think it's 2 properties, if I remember right.
Because then, they would.
And all the properties in the middle are condos.
Correct.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. They could
Lots of owners.
All those are commercial condos.
So they're all different owners, because the county used to be interested in trying to find a way to connect the transit center through there a little bit better. Struggle with all the different.
So that ownership is an impediment to the redevelopment of that entire property, isn't it?
It is, but then we also wonder how long the lifespan of the buildings out there are gonna be. And yes, they're not like years,
Right.
but we wanna start planning for if they're only in 20 years, they decide that that lifespan is over of that building, let's have in place the right zoning, the right requirement, whether it's more density for housing, whether it's less density, height, higher heights, not higher heights, incentivizing businesses to come in and redevelop in the way to town, just to see that corridor and that entry. So yes, it seems unrealistic right now, but it's setting the stage and getting that frame where we want, of where we want to see the town, and we gotta start somewhere. So we kind of have slacked off, I think, a little bit on that in the past.
So Chris, do you have more questions or?
That was it.
We thought we'd get more, not necessarily negative, but more critique, comment, constructive criticisms. Feel free to weigh in on them, and if not, that's great. I mean, it shows that the plan is going in the right direction. I did send everybody the email of the draft planning commission minutes, planning commissioners and council just now, so that you can reflect on what planning commission said at that meeting and think about it if you have any comments to those effects. A disclaimer, the planning commission had met since then, so they're in their draft minutes, so.
I enjoyed the planning commission comments and also the guest comments. So really enlightening to watching that flow.
Good. And I know some people, if you don't want your comments to be seen, you can always email them to Chris separately if that makes you feel more comfortable, so you can feel heard, but if you don't want your comment or call her, it's just.
You can just be a guest.
Be a guest. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if there's any comments, red flags, or if any of you wanna open up the conversation more, we definitely can.
Otherwise, we can wrap it up early.
Start late, finish early, come on.
I'll just spend a little more time.
Yeah.
I was unsure of this sort of type of comment to make. Not that it's, I make it sound so ominous.
And the more comments, the better. It sounds weird, and yes, it's more work I'm giving to Chris by telling you all that. But also, I think it's worth it, like I said, for people to comment, but also so you feel heard as individuals. And with a disclaimer, you know that the general consensus is going to be looked at. So we obviously are hearing comments from one person that we're not going to put into the plan if it doesn't make sense to extreme. But it's Chris goes through all those comments and thinks about them. And then gives them to the consultant. So also, if you provided comments in the past and you don't see your comments have been in there, please get a hold of Chris and bring up what you brought up and ask why isn't this in here, and she can explain if it was overlooked on accident, it didn't get put in, or what the justification of it is. So keep in mind the original comments and thoughts you had too, and just make sure that you're being heard, or ask Chris why that comment didn't get put in.
If I remember that.
I'll put Candace on the spot. Candace had a lot of comments and she didn't see them in there. And so we need to figure out where her comments went.
I didn't remember them. I just pulled up a document. And I said something.
And I'm glad she said something, because we need to figure out, did we get them? Did we look at them? Did they get overlooked, or did bypass that? So good thing for everybody.
I was gonna ask the consultants, in the beginning, they told us of the surveys and events where you capture people's responses. In your estimation, was that a significant enough sample? Did that give you enough numbers that you felt comfortable adding that to the report?
Yeah, I'll jump in and just say yes. This was a really, I think, engaged community in the comprehensive plan process, more so than we've seen in some other processes that are even ongoing right now in the state that we're working on. And so really felt good about the number of responses, but then also I think a lot of clarity and consensus on some key topics. And that really helped us kind of move through and make sure that the goal statements, for instance, were really dialed in. There was not a lot of question, not a lot of tension, if you will, in what we were hearing from the community. So just, yeah, I think very, very clear consensus overall.
I'll add to that. I think we got really quality conversations. You know, surveys tend to be more light touch, and we did that. But the format, especially of the second round of engagement, and thanks so much to town staff who really made that meaningful and impactful. We had some really great conversations with the community and with a broad spectrum of the community. I think everyone who wanted to participate, and even those who didn't know about the process, had a chance to provide comments and feedback.
Yeah, and I would just add on to that. I know we had a really high response rate for the first survey, and the second one was lower. It was an intense survey. Like, I took it and was like, wow, this is a lot of review. I don't know if we're gonna get a lot of people responding. So I was excited with 190 people filling that out, because it was a multiple question. What do you think of this? You had to read the scenarios. You had to look at the future land use map. So whereas the first one was more of like, yes, or do you like me? Yes or no? So, yeah.
Was it only Frisco residents or was it Summit County residents?
It was open to everybody.
And as a comparison, we're working in another community that is much, much larger. And I think we got about 80 responses to a similar type of survey. And that community is like 40,000 people. And so again, like the response rate, it is lower than that original survey, but really high quality responses. People took the time, and I think you should be really pleased with the number of people who did provide that feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Allison and Jessica, do you feel like you have enough information you're looking for?
Yeah, and again, just thank you. And I think just reiterating what staff has said, if there's something that you feel like you've commented on and wasn't picked up, please highlight that for us. We want to make sure that the document really reflects where you want to go. And so we just want to make sure that that's all accurate. And if you didn't make a comment, add it in now. And again, as Chris said, if you wake up in the middle of the night, you're like, oh my gosh, I forgot to say something. Don't worry, it's not too late. We've got lots of steps ahead of us. So excited to continue moving to our adoption phases. So thank you.
If people are limited on time, what is the recommendation that they try to focus in on the next day or two? Do you have a recommendation of what you think would be the most useful?
Yeah, good question. I think those future land use classifications and making sure that they have enough nuance and detail, particularly thinking about, you know, Main Street or Gateway or Summit Boulevard, making sure that those are accurate to what you want to see and again, have that nuance. So that would be probably the priority, and then followed by those goal areas.
Did we get the Grand Hotel in there?
It's not the Grand Hotel, but it is.
Oh, rather, sorry.
It's got a new name.
Thank you.
Jessica and Allison, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good one.
The Grand Hotel changed name again? There's a holiday, right? Does the Grand Hotel now what?
White Peaks.
White Peak.
They have a sign out front. Doesn't have a permit, but. These are just funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, guys.
We were.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, cheese.
Yeah.
I've got to get that key.
The urbanization of Frisco is coming. We're going to have a giant interchange at Summit Boulevard and I-70. And you really, oops, is that my 3 minutes? I did go too long. Okay. Anyway, just keep thinking about 10 Mile Drive, where we have very needed trades people district. And I don't want to see that disappear. And both 10 Mile Drive and Meadow Creek Drive, you need to think, be forward thinking about the impacts that the new interchange is going to bring to us. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Justin. Yep. Any other public comments in council? Any online? No public comments online. With that, we'll move on to.
Just had hand raised.
Okay.
You okay with that? Alex, go ahead.
Hey, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm in Idaho right now. So I can barely stream you guys. We good? Cool. Just wanted to touch base, and I know I'm normally there to complain about things that are going on. So I heard that the Housing Helps program today, you guys decided that it was a good idea to raise the limit. And so hopefully some of us can pull some of those market rate units out of that stock into the deed restricted stock. So I just want to give kudos to the housing team and to the council for going down that route. I think that is a positive development for the town. So I just wanted to touch base and say that. That's all I got to say today. So thank you guys.
Great. Thanks, Alex.
Yep.
Any other comments online?
Not seeing any.
Gotcha. With that, we'll move on to any staff updates or comments. Oh, I wasn't sure that's what I had. Okay. Thank you. Council, any council comments? I'd say with the nice weather, the plowing's gotten tightened up for our next round of storms, although I just looked at the 10-day forecast and there's nothing coming. But I'm hopeful. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the Frisco Arts Council and Vanessa and Elizabeth and everybody else who was involved with the Eat, Ski, and Be Merry ice art, annual ice art. I'm appreciative that we're making it annual and that you guys and everyone's carrying the torch. And it was fun, although brief.
Cool. Thanks for that.
Thanks.
Yes, my wife came over and had a great time. Other comments? Okay, now.
Right, I got a couple of things. First of all, as you talked about at the last meeting, Mayor, there is a transit board vacancy that Frisco gets to nominate to the county commission. So whenever you have that name for us, we'll get that submitted to the county so that they can complete their action on that. And also there's a CAS meeting or Colorado Association of Ski Towns meeting this week in Breckenridge. It is on Thursday. And just there's a Wednesday night opening reception for it. Thursday is the full meeting with a dinner in the evening, and then a ski day, either downhill ski or at their Nordic Center in Breckenridge on Friday. Just a few topics that are going to be covered. Housing is a topic, economic mobility and equity within housing, exploring geothermal heating and cooling, and ski area partnerships are the main topics. So I'll be there. I know some of the council members have signed up for that. And so we'll see you there.
Thanks, Tom. And to that point, I'm going to be at CAS, and I've been interacting with a bunch of other towns from around the state over the last week or so. And the connections we make and the like situations we find ourselves in is super helpful to bounce ideas off of others. I've been meeting with this one group for about 6 months now, and we run into the room just to blab, and it's great. So if you can make it to cast, it's great. It's a great group of people. If you haven't looked at the list of folks that are headed there, it's a good group. And Tom, we do have a name for you for transit board. I apologize for not telling you earlier. Elizabeth Skripczak, Adrian,
All right.
please.
That's, we'll get the letter prepared, probably for your signature, and then we'll get that off to the county.
You got it. With that, we'll move into our new business agenda item number 1. Actually, let's start off with the consent agenda first. Any questions on the consent agenda or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Please call the question.
Alan,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Hebe, Scripture, Adrian. Yes. And Held.
And I just want to make note of one item on the consent agenda. I'm looking forward to the new rec path piece that's going in. It's been a long time coming and a lot of conversations. Now we're on to new business agenda item number 1, resolution 25-08, a resolution approving a town funding award letter for the affordable housing project to be constructed at 101 Main Street. And with that, we're going to have folks presenting from NHP.
So just before Lauren starts, this discussion is really about, obviously the 101 West Main project. February 3rd is, if you'll recall back to the fall, this project in NHP in the town applied to the 4% round of low-income housing tax credit award process through CHAFA. And the project wasn't awarded during that 4% round. On February 3rd, the 9% round for 2025 will start, and we're preparing an application for that. So there's some questions, obviously. There's differences between those 2 rounds and how that affects the pro forma for the project. And so Lauren's going to go through that with you, and we'll ask the question.
Sweet. Thanks, Tom.
Everybody hear me?
It's not amplifying, but yes.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. It's nice to see you again. For the record, my name is Lauren Avioli with the NHP Foundation, and I'm here to provide an update on the 101 West Main Workforce Housing Project. And as the mayor and Tom mentioned, make a request for a funding commitment letter for our 9% low-income housing tax credit application that's going in on February 3rd. So I have a few slides that give an update on the project and an overview for folks who may be unfamiliar or have forgotten, but feel free to interrupt me with questions or move through things as you'd like. So for new council members on the dais and members of the public who might be tuned in, who are unfamiliar with the project, this is just a brief overview. The site is at the west end of Main Street near I-70, and it will be a new construction development of 52 affordable units with ground floor office or commercial space. And the units will range from studios to 2 bedrooms. This project is going to work in tandem with other developments that are going on in Frisco, including at 602 Galena, to help the town address the full spectrum of its housing needs. This particular project focuses on lower income households whose staff occupations, like you see on the slide, things like restaurants, retail, home health care, hotels, post office, highway maintenance workers, and the like. In the last year, we've made a lot of important progress on this project. Some of the updates that we wanted to share about where we've come over the last year or two. The town has been awarded a land banking grant from the state. So we can now use state funds to give ownership of this $5 million asset to the town in perpetuity. 2 additional grants have also been awarded by the state, Strong Communities and More Housing Now. They can now fund construction of all the infrastructure for this project, over $3 million worth of infrastructure for 101 West Main, as well as infrastructure for 602 Galena. We have completed zoning entitlements, and the first phase of the architectural design process, schematic design, is now complete. So as Tom mentioned, we did apply for 4% low-income housing tax credits and state housing tax credits last year. We had a strong application, but really the majority of awardees had come in at least once previously, if not twice. So this was our first application. They were on second and third. And so when we had a debrief with CHAFA, which is the state agency that oversees the tax credit program, they were really positive about our project. They encouraged us to apply again. And so instead of waiting for the next 4% low-income housing tax credit round, which would be in August of this year, we talked with town staff about applying for the 9% low-income housing tax credit round, which closes February 3rd. And this would enable us to get under construction more quickly. So it'll be our second time going in. So we feel like that's working in our favor. We have a strong application, and we also think that our per unit cost, which was a little high relative to the other 4% projects, is going to fall more in line with the other 9% applicants, because 9% low-income housing tax credit projects tend to be on the smaller side, around 50 units like ours is. So we're feeling pretty confident going into this round. But as Tom alluded to, the shift from 4% low-income housing tax credits to 9% low-income housing tax credits actually led to a loss of tax credit equity overall. And that's because of the way CHAFA caps the amount of state housing tax credits that you can pair with 9% low-income housing tax credits. So we have this gap right now in our application of just under $3.6 million. But we have identified sources to fill it so that we think the real unfunded gap will be much lower, closer to $745,000. So I'll talk more about what those sources are in a minute. But I wanted to point out it's important to remember that the budget in a tax credit application is really like a snapshot in time. So we're going to continue to refine the costs and secure funding sources, just like we did after the 4% application. Actually, we worked to get the More Housing Now award that came in after the 4% application. So we're going to keep trying to amass additional sources of funds. But we do need to show a balanced sources and uses for the application due February 3rd. And the more committed the funds, the more competitive the application. So the funds we've identified to close this gap, I'll talk more about on the next slide, but you can see them at the bottom: Division of Housing gap funds and a subordinate loan. But in the meantime, we've been making adjustments to fill the gap on the tax credit application as much as possible. First, by maximizing the deferred developer fee. So we have now maxed that out to the largest amount of deferred fee that can be paid over the 15-year tax credit compliance period, which is a requirement of tax credit investors. So we've maxed out that deferred fee. We also have at NHP Foundation a capital magnet fund allocation that we can use as a short-term bridge loan. I say a short-term bridge loan because these funds have to be recycled through multiple projects over a certain number of years, but we can commit them for the application here up front as a bridge loan. And that leaves an outstanding gap of 1.9 million, which is the request that we are coming to you with today to complete the tax credit application. So this is a little bit more information on those 2 funding sources that I mentioned. They're not accessible to us before February 3rd, but after February 3rd, we would apply for Division of Housing funds from the state's Department of Local Affairs. So in previous years, DOH would provide you with a funding commitment letter that you could append to your tax credit application, and you would just turn everything in all at once. But starting last year, they made this a competitive application process. So now you have to have your tax credit award in hand and then go to them and request gap funding. They do award, or they cap their subsidy at $55,000 a unit. So we can ask for up to 2.8 million for this project. But since this is a competitive project or funding application cycle now, we think it would be more competitive for us to have an ask that's lower than the maximum. So that's where the 2.3 million to 2.8 million estimate comes in. We think if we come in with a $45,000 per unit ask, we could be more competitive as an applicant. The other thing we've been looking at is a subordinate loan. The one that's discussed on the slide is funded through the EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So we've been talking with CPC. They're a national CDFI that's part of a consortium that has $7 billion from the EPA to deploy in low interest loans to projects that provide significant energy upgrades, which ours would. With the news coming out today about federal funding programs being paused and, seeing how long they're paused for and how long it takes to get funding moving again, this may or may not be the loan product we want to go with. If it were, we estimate that we would have approximately $500,000 in net new loan proceeds to add to the project. We've also been talking with CHAFA about their concessionary debt program, which is a state Prop 123 funded program, so not federal. And maybe that's the subordinate loan product that we would prefer to use here, but their application cycle doesn't open until later this year either. So with these two sources, we think that this $3.6 million gap will really be realistically reduced to somewhere between $225,000 and $745,000 with these sources. And this table just kind of gives you a visual of that approach, where we have the just under 3.6 million gap shown on our LIHTC application. We get a subordinate loan providing 500,000 net new dollars. We apply for the Division of Housing funds. Here I have the more conservative $45,000 per unit request. And now we're looking at a true unfunded gap of $745,000. This slide recaps some of the characteristics of the project that describe kind of where value accrues to the town. Again, just as an overview or a reminder. So I mentioned the land banking grant earlier. The town will also have control of the ground floor office or commercial space to use for town needs or for nonprofit service providers or other office or commercial uses. And 10% of the total developer fee will be paid to the town as well. And then we're trying to make the most efficient use of the funds that have already been allocated to the project. So in 2023, the town made a $2.5 million loan so that we could acquire the property from the private seller. And according to the terms of that loan agreement, that funding will stay in post-construction as a permanent loan. So we're sort of recycling it, trying to make those dollars go as far as possible. So here's our timeline. We've already talked about the February 3rd deadline. Awards are usually announced in May. And then DOH has yet to release their cycle for next fiscal year's applications, but we expect that to come out soon, and we will be applying likely in the summer or maybe the early fall for the DOH gap financing. So we'll be working to get that capital stack completely filled out by the end of the year and getting permits and contracts and everything ready so that we can close and start construction at the beginning of the building season in 2026. And then a little more than a year later, we look forward to the end of construction and leasing up, welcoming our new residents. So I'm happy to answer any questions about through, or if you have others.
Thanks, Lauren. I think if I can, just to kind of give you guys who weren't part of the process some info, they are using local talent for all steps as far as builders, architects, planners, all that. My one question that I get out of this is, and this might be actually a Leslie question, is, with a gap of 225 or to 745, do we have any idea what we end up getting units for with what we already have invested into this project? For approximately, 50 units or what we're getting out of this particular design?
What our subsidy is per unit?
Yeah, basically what's it costing us in order to get our workforce housing units? Do you know? And sorry, I don't need to put you on the spot.
You might ask that question. So I put together this table that shows the commitments the town has already made and the 1.9 million that we are requesting this evening. So without those other sources bringing down the 1.9 million, it's 123,000 a unit. And in doing, so Leslie might know more about this and can correct me, but in doing some research with publicly available information, it looks like this comes in a little bit less than what was spent for Mary Ruth Place. It looked like that was 128,000 a unit. And then it's, a quarter of what the Coyote Village townhomes cost per unit and a fifth of what the Granite Park units cost.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Two questions. One is, the additional funding is a loan, right? Or is it a grant?
The letter that's in your packet shows it as a loan with an interest rate of 3% payable out of cash flow.
Okay. And so at some point, some way, somehow, the money will come back to our 5A fund or whatever fund it's coming out of. You mentioned a couple of subordinate loans. Subordinate to us or subordinate to some other financing that's part of the project?
Subordinate to the permanent loan that would come from, I think, we've been looking at R4 or other financial institutions, just like a senior loan.
So
would be subordinate to that.
But ahead of us.
It depends on the program and on the loan. But it could be ahead of you, yes.
Okay. And how much equity is in the project that if it goes belly up, you've got a primary lender, you've got this new lender you're talking about, and you've got us. How much in loans are there on this project?
How much loans are there on the project? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So there would be, and I think I have a table for this too.
Because it really I'm just trying to get to kind of if it goes belly up and it's somebody's foreclosing on it, what's the loan payoff?
So there would be a $3.8 million permanent loan, then the town's $2.5 million plus 1.9 million if we don't decrease that. The subordinate loan would probably be around 1.3 total. So if I had a calculator, I would add all of those. I would add all of those up.
Okay, so we're secure.
Well, you'll own the asset. I mean,
yeah.
If the tax credit development goes belly up, I think the tax credit investor would recoup a lot of that. But
and so I'm fine with the fact that it's a loan, and I'm going to believe the project will be rented and we'll get our money back, or some future council will. You have a 15-month construction process. You're going from that building to your building in 15 months in the mountains?
This is what CFC Construction has told us they can do it in.
Okay.
But we'll work with them on that. We'll make sure that that's tight. I think, for when we're building out our timeline, not the one on the slide, but internally, I think we're looking at more like 18 months.
Yeah, I hope that's right, but I wouldn't start renting them in September.
We'll definitely pre-lease for sure.
I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions for Lauren? Hope this was help with a little bit of background on the project, you guys. Cool. With that, thank you, Lauren. We'll go out to public comment. Any public comment in chambers on the project? Any public comment online? Oh, yeah.
Do we have the 1.9 million in our budget to do this?
Somewhat have asked.
Yes.
Yes, you do. It's within the 5A fund, obviously. It would, if it was the full 1.9, other choices would have to be made within the 5-year pro forma for our 5A fund, but the money is there.
What is the assurance that these will come through for that discounted approach off that 1.9 million?
I think that question's for that.
Sorry.
Let me just close public comments real quick.
Apologies.
It'll take a second. Any online, Stacy? No. Perfect. Back to council for discussion.
Apologies.
And
Mayor.
Lauren.
Apologies on that. Mayor.
No worries, man.
So the question is like, what's the likelihood that we get the DOH funding, that we get the subordinate loan? So the subordinate loan, I think we find the right product. And it won't be a competition. It'll just be underwriting the deal to make sure that we can maximize the loan proceeds. For the DOH funding, it is a competitive process. That's why I think the 45,000 a unit is what we should be holding in our minds and not the 55,000 a unit award. I think this project has a unique amount of public support behind it. The land banking grant, the Strong Communities grant, the More Housing Now grant, all of the town's commitments have made a pretty strong signal to CHAFA and to DOLA, who has awarded a lot of those funds, that this is something that Frisco is prioritizing. And so I think we have a better chance than many other projects in similar communities because of the level of support that we've been able to pull together. So I'd put our chances at really good. But I can't guarantee it.
Percentage on it.
That was close.
Any other further discussion or questions?
It's just a tough one because there's just so much uncertainty right now, and with Trump and with just, if we get these grants and we're not getting these grants, it's so hard to really throw the money at when there's a lot of uncertainties, And we're praying and we're crossing our fingers that it works out,
I think it's a priority project and we're putting the money for housing towards housing. And hopefully getting it back. Most of the money we put out for housing is gone.
It's true. It's the furthest we've ever come towards this many units in this town. Yeah, close to the peak one.
Yeah.
For number of units, it's over.
Definitely the most rental units.
Yeah, right.
You'll confirm. Questions, any other comments? Then maybe a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 25-08.
Second.
Whole thing.
No, perfect. We have a motion that's been made and seconded for resolution 25-08, a resolution approving the town funding award letter for affordable housing project to be constructed at 101 Main Street. Please call the question.
Aaron?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Hibby?
Yes.
Repcheck Adrian? Yes. Alan?
Yes.
Hinkin?
Yes. Thank you, Stacy. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is going to be an executive session, and we have a motion.
Yeah, this is the one I have to read the whole thing. Mr. Mayor, I move that we go into an executive session pursuant to section 24-6-4024F CRS concerning personnel matters to conduct a performance evaluation of the town attorney. as much as y'all want to stay, I guess you can't.
Second. Second.
We have a motion and a second to enter executive session.
You want me to call the vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Held,
Yes.
Kitty,
Yes.
Scripture Adrian, yes, Alan,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
and Aaronson.
Yes.
Thanks, Stacy.
Just need like 5 minutes to turn everything
Yeah.
over.
Thanks, Phil.
Bill, thanks for coming in.